we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. They'll take for their deceit. Rage is like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. With gods in the weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Oh, y'all are really funny this afternoon. Really funny, guys. What's happening? What is happening? Seth and April, y'all are just having fun. Y'all just having fun talking about me. Like I can't see what you're saying. Hello, beautiful souls. Hello, Jill, April, Jeff, Cree Designs, Seth. I just love seeing you guys. Look at April in the house. I love it. I love seeing you, April. I just love you, babes. What's up, Cree Designs? Hey, babe. All right. Oops. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Okay, so I have got a show for you guys. And this is it's the general being missing. Okay, this general being missing is everybody should be talking about it and nobody's talking about it. It's the weirdest thing. I mean, this guy is very, very important. And he just so happens to go missing right before we go to war. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting, interesting, interesting. What's up, Rakeem? Rainy afternoon, good rainy afternoon. It was raining here yesterday. So we also are I want to go over some of the Nancy Guthrie stuff. I don't want to stay too much on her because I've said everything that I can possibly say other than, just looking at her map again, looking at the transits. I can go over this a gazillion times and still be looking for her. I do have a beautiful hotspot for her to be found. It's just nobody will go and look because, I don't know. I just can't get anybody to go and really look in that area. Haven't had anybody email me back. Those searchers, the YouTube searchers out there, haven't been able to get anybody to email me back, and it is what it is. So I want to start, though, talking about what Brian Enton said, because this is going to lead us into the general. And for some reason, there's a lot of things that are just happening with the war, with Nancy, and the Epstein files. And it's hard not to look at these coincidences and go, is this more than a coincidence? So let's get on it. Let's get on it, guys. Okay, here is Brian Enton. And oh, shit, hold on. And we're going to discuss this right here. Let me take me off. We're going to discuss what he has to say here. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Not going to play it all, but it's worth hearing. I think it's worth hearing because I totally agree with what he's saying for sure.
Their SWAT trucks. Might remember these from when we went on and saw those raids a couple of weeks ago. In terms of updates on the case, we're still looking into the possible internet outage around the time that Nancy disappeared. We know the FBI is aware of it. They've been asking neighbors about it. They will not officially comment to us about what they've learned. Same with.
So the internet outage. Let's just quickly discuss that. Just quickly, okay? Because the internet outage, people are talking about jammers. They're talking about, everybody is just following the sync and everybody is just talking about the same thing, talking about jammers. But our military, if this was any type of military operation, which most people don't believe that, but that's okay, whatever. But if this were a military operation, it would definitely explain why certain cameras, certain internet wasn't working. Just saying. I'm just saying. All right, that would explain it because the military have their own little way of doing things. And we're going to get into that as we discuss the general, the Air Force guy, the big guy, the top nuclear dude, UFO dude. I mean, yeah, we're going to get into that. So here we go.
Pima County Sheriff's Office. But there's still a lot happening behind the scenes. I know that. And I'm just trying to stay on top of it all. In this episode, though, I wanted to dive into an issue that I've seen with this case, but also with almost every big case that I've covered recently. And that is when innocent people who are not connected to a crime end up getting dragged through the mud because people on the internet with huge followings think that they've solved the case and think that it's appropriate to call out innocent people for crimes that they did not commit. So I'm going to get into examples of that happening in the Nancy Guthrie case, but I also want to dive into a situation with the Brian Koberger case because it's all connected in a weird way. And you guys might remember there was this TikTok psychic that decided that it was a professor from Idaho who was responsible for the Idaho murders, despite there being absolutely no evidence and it being an insane theory. Well,
And that's something that we have to beware of, you know? We have to, no matter what type of profession that we are in, whether we're a psychic or an astrologer or a remote viewer or what have you, we have to be careful when it comes to calling people out time and time again, blaming them, falsely accusing them of something that they did not do, because that can lead you in big legal trouble and financial. I mean, just it's absolutely unbelievable. This TikToker had like a $10 million lawsuit. 10 million.
it turns out the professor took the TikToker to all the way up to federal court, and there was a trial. And this TikToker now has to pay $10 million for essentially slandering this woman. And it just got me thinking, because we've seen similar situations unfolding here in Arizona, and it's just so irresponsible that I wanted to do an episode on it. So I'm going to get into all of it in this
And it is
episode of Brian.
irresponsible. It was also irresponsible for Ashley Banfield to come out on what, day one, day two of Nancy going missing and totally accusing Tommaso, saying that she had this credible source and it was Tommaso. That was irresponsible right there. And I was very taken back by Ashley because she did call, and that set it off. That set the tone in the internet world online, and it was viral. Viral. And people were constantly talking about him, slandering him without any evidence whatsoever. None. Zero. Same with Dominic, same with Kayla, same with Luke, slandering them constantly and not saying, hey, I don't know if they're responsible or not, but let's take a look because the FBI was there at their house, or, things like that. That's kosher, right? That's okay. But when you continuously are talking about someone without any evidence, that is dangerous. Dangerous, and it can be legally expensive to get your ass out of something like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is where I really wanted to start with the Nancy Guthrie case, because there has been so much talk about all kinds of people and not knowing, like when I first looked at the chart, it definitely looked like it was a Hillary Clinton, you know, right versus left type of military thing. That's what it looked like to me. But the more that I, listened, and the more that I was listening to the story, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe, because the map isn't going to lie. So I'm creating the map and I'm seeing where some of these addresses are. And I'm like, well, that in and of itself is suspicious. And then them, the law enforcement keeping the car, Nancy and Tommaso's car, for evidence. But even that, even them keeping the car for evidence doesn't mean that they are responsible for her going missing. And I think that the forensics of the car, looking at everything having to do with the GPS on the vehicle, any type of data that they could gather from that vehicle would let them know for sure whether or not Nancy made it home or not. You see what I'm saying? It's going to reveal everything that vehicle did forensically. And it's a sad state when our kids don't even get that. They don't even get that. Sebastian Rogers, Seth is Sebastian's father, his bio dad, he's in the chat. And I mean, they didn't do any forensics on Sebastian's mother's car. Very, very important detail investigation that they didn't do. And that's a big problem. Big problem. But this investigative team did with Tommaso's car, with Annie's car. So, that's going to be able to let the investigators know whether or not she made it home or not. I think, y'all can let me know what you think, but that's what I think. So let's continue here.
All right, hey guys, yeah. So I'm at the sheriff's office here in Pima County. And this is an episode, something I've been wanting to talk about for a while, that I was just waiting for sort of the right moment when I had like some time and things weren't really crazy. Because this is something that has bothered me for quite some time covering crime. Uh, when innocent people or people where there's just no evidence to prove that they are connected to a crime end up somehow getting thrown under the bus online, and these things just take off. They go viral, and when there's nothing really to back it up. And I've kind of just like sat back and watched it happen a lot, several times. I mean, you think back to like Idaho when I covered Brian Koberger and I was there for months. And throughout that process, I mean, people were accused.
This case was a slam dunk for me. I mean, it was slam dunk. I think I drew one line. I think I drew one line on the map. I definitely knew it was Koberger. I mean, there was no other person it could be. But had I listened to all the noise, maybe I would have changed my mind about it, but I didn't. As soon as I drew that one line, I walked away from the case and didn't listen to not one more word about it. Everybody else was following it, replaying this, replaying that, talking about this, talking about that. It was a slam dunk for me. There was no way that he didn't do it. No way. Now, when it comes to the Delphi case, that's another story. Richard Allen, it just didn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense that he did it with the Delphi case. So, it is what it is. But Brian has got a lot of great things to say. He didn't call Ashley out. He didn't call her out. He didn't call anybody out. But she had definitely set the stage for a bunch of crazy stuff to be talked about with Tommaso, period.
So that's his sort of connection to Nancy Guthrie. But beyond that, like, no one has seen any evidence that obviously that he's connected to the crime, but these theories went crazy.
Brian Enton won't touch Sebastian's case. Well, maybe if we just all bombard him constantly, maybe he will. I don't know.
Easy online for a while, to the point where even if you guys remember back on February 13th, I had the tip and I was, basically there with the SWAT team when they raided that house, which that person, Luke Daly, still hasn't been arrested. And we don't know if there's no evidence that he's connected either. But what's interesting is that same time, there were a ton of other people over at Dominic's house thinking that his house was going to get raided. And he was apparently like so scared that he didn't sleep at the house that night. And there was never any.
So Dominic was scared. He was so scared that he was going to get raided that he didn't stay the night there. Why would you be scared that you're going to get raided and not stay the night there? Why not just stay there? See if they come. I mean, I'm not Dominic. I'm not going through what he's going through for sure. Hard for me to really say, sitting over here and him over there, but why run? Why be scared? I think that Brian Enton probably should have left that one out. Left that detail out. Why tell us that he didn't even go home because he was scared?
And I mean, I've got sources now here. There was never any.
Right, April, like why be scared?
Any evidence behind the scenes that they were going to raid Dominic's house or that he's ever been connected to the crime. So it's just one example of this happening where a couple of people online with big followings decide to call somebody out who they think is involved, even there's no evidence of it, and it spirals out of control, and then everybody moves on. But the truth is, for these people who are victims of this, like they can't move on. Their name is now out there forever, and these posts live on forever. And again, it's just something that's bothered me because I've seen it happen over and over again. And the example also back with Idaho, which is really what I want to dive into in this episode, is there was this professor who this TikTok psychic from very early on was posting relentlessly about, saying that she was responsible for the murders, even though there was literally no evidence. It was like the craziest theory ever. There was zero evidence that.
Hey, Joni. Hey, Peace Love Jeeps. Hey, Mr. 36. How's it going, guys?
She was at all connected, and this TikToker would not stop doing it. Um, the TikToker's name is Ashley Gillard, and the Idaho professor's name is Rebecca Schofield. And she just kept saying that Rebecca Schofield was responsible and would not give up. And the theory started to catch on with some people that were following this TikToker, even though the theories literally made no sense. And what's interesting, and that's what I wanted to focus this episode on, is this professor.
I bet she didn't see that coming. I bet she didn't see that coming. And that's a big one for all of us to take note. Hey, you can't just be accusing people constantly of something that they didn't do. This woman took this TikTok psychic to federal court, $10 million. 10 mil. Like, when will she ever pay all that? Like, what is up?
Fought back, whereas a lot of people don't. They just try to move on with their lives. But this professor fought back and ended up taking this TikToker all the way to federal court, where there was a trial that just ended last week, where a jury ended up awarding the professor a $10 million judgment that the TikToker now has to pay. Now, whether she...
that's a good way to never have to work in your life. God, no wonder people are always taking people to court trying to sue them.
Just because, I've been in Arizona, obviously covering this case here with Nancy Guthrie, and there's already been, the New York Times has done some reporting, and I've just seen on my own, there's already been a lot of people here sort of, inappropriately called out that have nothing to do with the case, and, with all the influencers and that kind of thing. And you just finished covering this trial with this TikToker, Ashley Gillard, which...
Oh, good luck, Joni. What are you fishing for? Good luck, honey. I hope you catch a big one.
It kind of relates to just sort of a bigger picture issue here happening, especially with like true crime coverage. And people will remember, I remembered the basics from this case because I knew that there was a professor from University of Idaho who was suing a TikToker.
Seth, there is that Carl Ferguson dude. I'm just saying, he is constantly accusing you. A lot of people will have have a lot to say when Sebastian's found.
Based on just ridiculous claims. Remind me and you've covered the trial, so like the ins and outs of it all, but what did she do again? What did this woman do, this TikToker?
So it was a woman in Texas out of Houston, and she had claimed through tarot card readings and her own psychic abilities that she had landed on a history professor. And not only a history professor, but the chair of the department at the University of Idaho, Rebecca Schofield. And she believed that she was responsible for the 4 murders. And this is before Brian Koberger had been arrested, obviously, or a suspect even identified. And so this dates back to late November and into early December, where she was making these allegations, and essentially that Rebecca Schofield had been in a relationship with one of the 4 victims. And that when that relationship ended, and I should note that this woman is married and is heterosexual, but had been in a relationship with one of the female students who passed. And when that relationship ended, that she ordered the murders, the murder of that student, and then these other 3 were killed in the process. Over time, that story evolved, including with the arrest of Brian Koberger, and Ashley Gillard continued to say that through her readings, that they were tied together, that Brian Koberger was involved, or the ex-boyfriend of one of these students was involved. But it continued for not only months, including after Koberger's arrest, and even through the plea agreements and his confession, essentially leading to his sentencing. She continued to post over the years that still implicating Rebecca Schofield with no information beyond sort of her intuition. She was found to have defamed the professor more than a year ago. The judge in this federal civil suit said that she had defamed this professor on these 2 counts. And so what this trial was about was the monetary damages, leaving that to a jury to determine.
So, as much as we know about the case, like this is just a ridiculous claim. There's zero information.
Well, yeah, it was ridiculous. And what happened what happened, in my opinion, what happened is this psychic really truly felt like this was what she was being told, what she was reading from her cards. She truly thought this. So much so that now she is learned a very valuable lesson, expensive lesson. $10 million is no joke. No joke. Cree Designs, thank you so much, honey, for all your work. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. Thank you very much. $10 is a lot, and I appreciate that. I do. That's very generous. Thank you, babe. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you for showing me some appreciation. Very much appreciated. Thank you. So this is what I wanted to open up this discussion about Nancy, is because even as a map, okay, I can show you numerous times. I've done hundreds of maps. Okay, hundreds. And the first thing that I'm going to put on a map is going to be a landfill. I'm going to put landfills. I'm going to put hotels. I'm going to put, there are certain places I'm going to put. And if it's a child, then I may go ahead and start doing a radius, like a 3-mile radius, 5-mile radius of child predators. Because think about it. Monkey Michael Vaughn. How far was Stacy and Sarah Wandra? Not far at all. So over the years, I've learned a lot. That's why I put, with the kids, I'm going to put the predators on the map first. So if we take Sebastian Rogers, I did the same thing. I put the predators first, and the first predator that I saw on that moon line, we went there. Seth was there. We had a cadaver dog there. We had reason to believe that this house that was next door to the predator, it was basically, it's now torn down, but I'm just saying the map can be even misleading. So we want to make sure that the mind and the matter, we want to keep an open mind. We want to keep options available. We want to look at all the angles, look at everything, and be open to changing our mind. But this woman was not open to changing her mind, and it cost her $10 million. $10 million. Crazy, guys. Crazy that she just kept on and kept on and kept on. Like, what? Did nobody tell her, hey, honey, you're about to get yourself in a lawsuit. You need to simmer down. She's never been seen again. Yeah. Yeah, she still felt like she was in the right. She still felt like that. Thank you, babe. You're right. You're exactly right. We do need support. And these people like me that are, that basically are always working for free, we do need support. We need, all kinds of support, including the financial. And I really appreciate that more than I can say. She was Saturn return age. Well, there it is. What a lesson to learn responsibility and accountability. Saturn is going to teach you responsibility and accountability, and to take ownership for your own actions, for sure. For sure. So let's finish listening to what he has to say here.
Connecting this professor to the murders at all, period. But she just kept posting about it. I mean, she didn't.
Hey,
she just kept
Cinderella.
going.
Yeah, I think she really believes this stuff. I think she believes that she truly has psychic abilities. She claims to be claircognizant is the terminology she used. I sat with her for about an hour and a half over a coffee, even before the trial started. So there was jury selection on Monday last week, and then there was a 4-day trial, as I said, to determine monetary damages. And before any of that really got underway, though, I sat with her and I wanted to get to know her a little bit and understand from where she was coming. It was clear to me that she does believe that she has these abilities, and she really didn't walk back the fact that she believed Rebecca Schofield, the professor, was involved in this. In fact, there was kind of I don't know if it was a funny moment, but an interesting moment where she said, "Are you a guilter?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Do you believe that Brian Koberger is guilty?" And that apparently is the terminology that goes around online. And I said, "Well, if what you mean is, do I believe Brian Koberger confessed to the murders and is now serving 4 consecutive life sentences with no chance of parole and waived all appeal rights in exchange for removing the death penalty, then the answer is yes. I believe all of the evidence pointed to one particular individual. And rather than being somebody who maybe they would put her in the camp, I think most people would, of sort of a conspiracy theorist, she was sort of positioning others as being those who believed in the guilt. She felt Brian Koberger probably did that only to avoid the death penalty. But yeah, I mean, it was a interesting situation to sit with her and learn her perspective, and she believes that she was able to stumble through her abilities and tarot card readings and oracle card readings, for those who knows what those are, but that she had learned information about the case and about the what happened that early morning before police even released it to the public. And so she really leaned on that.
And look, I love oracle cards. I love pulling cards. Okay, I do. And the way that I work, I'm not going to rely on a card that I pull to show me where a person can be found or show me a guilt. I am not that type of astrologer. I'm not going to pull a card and say, okay, I've pulled this card, Venus, that there is a love, that there is a love. And so I'm just going to stick with that. It's a love, and I'm not going to be open to anything else. And that's it. That's it. And I don't know of any astrologer that is just going to base everything off of a card. I don't. I just don't. We're going to look at everything. We're going to look at everything, and then we are going to make a decision based on what it is that we have concluded. And sometimes we may not have a conclusion. We may not have that conclusion and just be dead set on it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want, I don't want something like this to take away from what I do, or to take away from what Kirsty does or Val does or any other astrologer that is, we have our own way of doing things, and it's not a dead set, this is it, take it to the bank. I'm open, but I am open to changing my mind when in another, just like last night when Val came up and we were looking at the map together. I can be open with another astrologer looking at the map and talking it out in a way that she understands the astrological point of view, because it's just like reading a book. You read a book, I read a book, we come together, we're going to have different interpretations of that book. We're going to have different interpretations of the astrology. We're going to have different interpretations of the map. I'm the creator of the map. I've already made the notes about it. And when it comes down to it, and we come back to that line, and you put on the notes and you see everything that I've put on that map for those notes is lining up exactly, I can't make it up. And so that is the reason why throughout the years, that is a saying of mine. I can't make it up. I cannot make this shit up. It magically, beautifully works. And as we get into the general, you're going to see how this is our reality. It isn't quite like what it seems. It just isn't. Okay. And some of us have been down in the trenches for all of our life with the tinfoil hat on. And we are not so conspiracy theorists today as we were back in the 90s. Okay. I can promise you that. But anyway, here we go. I want to show you now. I want to take this to Nancy's Facebook because I have yet to show her Facebook. And I think that this matters when we are looking at what is going on with Nancy Guthrie's case. What could have been the motive for anyone taking her? Did she even make it home? That's something else that we often talk about with Sebastian Rogers' case. Did he even make it home? Hey, Michelle. Hey, Divna, Janice. Good to see you guys. Hey, y'all. Thank you for being here on this Sunday afternoon. Thank you. Hope y'all are doing well. And I hope everybody is remembering to hit that thumbs up. If you haven't, that's okay. Just go outside the live, hit the thumbs up, come back in. I appreciate it. So her, let's look at her Facebook. I'm sure that everybody has, but we're going to do it together. We're going to discuss this for just a second because it's not just what she's posting. It's not just what she is posting because when she goes missing, this is January 27th. She posts, and it even gives a timestamp. It even gives a timestamp, guys. For those of you that understand astrology, you know that a timestamp is absolutely perfect when it comes to looking at a chart. So this is her last post, from what I can tell, because I'm not a Facebook friend of hers. Here is where she is talking about ICE. She is very political on her Facebook, very political. She is definitely a Democrat and very much against ICE and against Trump and his administration. All right. So what is bothersome here to me isn't what she is posting. Okay. It's if you go to her Facebook and you look at how many people have commented, how many people have, done an emoji, look at all the people that have a smiley face. 84 are laughing at her post. 46 are liking it. 32 have a caring. 15 have a sad face, crying face. But the majority of people are laughing. We got 84 people that are laughing at her posts. Most of them are women. There are some men, Stephen Elkins, Alex Duke, Jimmy Rizos. Some of them are men. Tom Vance. This is bothersome. This bothers me. This bothers me. Then we have one where she is talking about I don't know what that is. JL Southern Sparrow. Some kind of cards. Need some help with the 2025 section of the 2025 National League card. Typically, the soap is the matching dragon, and it's about cards. That means the soap does not count as the dot suit when the parentheses say any two suits. So something about cards here. Southern Sparrow. I don't know. I don't know. But again, we have 6 that are laughing. People are laughing. This is her Facebook. A moment worth watching. Mark Carney just delivered the kind of clear-eyed, unapologetic Canadian leadership the world needs. And again, we have 21 people that are laughing. And you can find that on all of her posts. Just tons of people just laughing. Here's another one with ICE. A child's note to friend has gone viral on social media, breaking people's hearts. The child fears being taken away by ICE. Again, 46. Nancy Tatum is just keep on. It's the same people. Seems like over and over and over are just laughing at her. Her political stance on Facebook and on social media are giving her, I mean, this gives me the heebie-jeebies of all the people that are, look, there's Nancy again, Nancy Tatum. Same people, same people. America, the basket case. You know this is true deep down. This is on Instagram. Again, we've got the same people just laughing at her. Almost like stalking. Almost like stalking, guys. It trips me out. So that I wanted to show because she is definitely political. Any of her political posts, anything that is, it's funny that to me that she's not, even on this one, there's no laughing emojis. There's no laughing emojis up here. This was outside, and this is Annie's backyard. But here's a philosophy one about factory owners and women. 12 laughing emojis. That bothers me. Here's one with the pie. We got 3 of them laughing. So we've got people that are stalking her and harassing online. That's a harassment to me. There's nothing funny about a kid being scared of being taken by ICE. There's nothing funny about this. But these people believe that it's funny. Trolling her, harassing her. I don't like it. I'm just saying, I don't like it. Don't like it a bit. Just woke up from my granny snooze. Well, I hope you had a good little cat nap. So that is where I want to, I want to start with this live, and I know I'm, getting into it. Here is Nancy's map, and again, I've looked at it over and over and over and over again. With the first From the first moment that I saw the chart, it just really struck me as odd, very odd, that her husband was a miner, an engineer, not a miner himself, but he was an engineer. An engineer. He was a top dog, and the government used him quite a bit, and he went all over the nation, just like her next door neighbor. Same thing for him, even though he rents his place out. But here's the thing with Nancy's case. Someone was Googling her house, her address. And if they're Googling her address, and they evidently don't know her address if they're Googling it. If they're Googling Savannah's net worth, then they are not family, and they do not know who Savannah is. Truly, who she is. Because if they are from Arizona, you would think that they would know who Nancy Guthrie is, but maybe not. Maybe they didn't really understand who Nancy Guthrie was until Savannah came home to do that homecoming on the Today Show. But they did. They were Googling her address, so evidently they don't know where she lives. And I got to keep that in mind. The other thing that I have to keep in mind is this Fort Huachuca. Because the FBI, this is from her house. It's not from Annie's house. This is from Nancy's house. And it's going right over Fort Huachuca. So it's hard to not see this and wonder if this was some type of military, political issue. Was she scared? Was she scared for her life? Was she being threatened? We don't know anything about. Did they take her somewhere and not even go home and stage the whole thing? And I know it sounds crazy, but let's get into the craziness, because we're getting into the craziness. We're about to get into it, because what I'm about to show you guys is absolutely insane. Insane. So we're going to switch gears, because I'm going to lead it. I'm going to go back to Nancy. Just stick with me for a second. I'm going to go back with Nancy, because sometimes the reality isn't quite what it seems. And they are always, and I say they are always trying to keep us dumbed down and confused, not looking here and looking over there. Because this Mr. General, was talking to Tom DeLonge from Blink, what is it, Blink 32, Blink 42, I don't remember. Tom DeLonge. Let me show you. who I'm talking about. Blink 182. I said 32, 42. Blink 182. He's a guitarist, a musician, Tom DeLonge. And he was talking to the general, the retired general, before he goes missing. They had been talking about propulsion. Okay. Here is Ashton Forbes. Ashton Forbes, I'm going to share this link in the chat, but I've also got it in the description that you can watch the full video. I've got it in the description of this live. Ashton Forbes. And he's talking about missing General William McCaslin. Here we go. Nancy, remember, Nancy goes missing on a full moon in February 1st, full moon in Leo. Mr. McCaslin, he's gone missing with the moon in Cancer.
Or about a week and a half ago, I think I saw it. And I don't understand why this is not getting national attention. But I want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, all of those good things. And
just because of the knowledge he has in his head, information about
going on with the general, what is his name? McGinnis?
Major General William McCaslin. So this guy disappeared a week ago. It's been a week already. And I think a story came out like the next day saying this Air Force guy, general disappears. And people were kind of, there was some rumors, speculation about it. And so I started to look into it and I realized like, oh, this guy's not a nobody. This is like an actual major person. One of the rumors that was out there, or I think it's been confirmed, is that he was advising the UFO community, specifically Tom DeLonge of Blink 182. There's like an email that was made public that this guy like reached out to Tom DeLonge and was like passing him supposedly information about like maybe secret weapons programs, or if you believe in flying saucers, whatever, that reverse engineering stuff. And if you look at his history, he's got a career 30 plus years in the Air Force as an engineer, as a physicist, and he became commander of the Air Force Research Labs in 2011. Now, this is probably the biggest thing. That I think commander of the Air Force Research Lab is like the top scientist guy at the Air Force.
It is. It is. This guy is he is a top dog. Top dog. He knows a lot of secrets. Lots of secrets. And he was a very fit man. Very fit. They say that he was, he's known to have some medical issues, but he doesn't have anything major going on with him. He may have some high blood pressure or something like that, but this man is a very fit guy. And he's all there. His marbles are all there.
And Air Force Research Lab specifically, the reason why this is so interesting to me is that all the scientific papers that I've been studying from the government basically all come from the Air Force Research Labs.
Right.
Gravity manipulation, electric propulsion, ball.
He lost him.
Top dog out of everybody out there. So the fact that this guy disappeared, number one, he's a high priority individual. The government should have been tracking him for sure, just because of the knowledge he has in his head. So people think, okay, there's only a couple things that could have happened here. The number one speculation is that he has dementia, that he wandered off because he's an old senior citizen. It was a silver alert, and people are saying, well, the silver alert is related to dementia, so maybe he just wandered away. Now, factually speaking, he left his phone at home. He wandered away and left his phone at home. Now,
he left his phone and his watch. He left his phone and his watch. He just vanished. Just absolutely vanished from his home. And he's going to go on and talk about a little bit about what he does.
This guy messaged me yesterday, or a few days ago, probably. And in my DMs, he's like, "Hey, have you looked at this one guy, TBMS Time Ships?" It's a person that I kind of follow on social media because they talk about electromagnetics and stuff like that, and they seem to like kind of be in the know. And you'll find several people like this in social media when you're researching this physics. They said, if you looked at his profile, I'm not trying to say that this is like the general, but he hasn't posted since the day the general disappeared. And I was like, huh. And I'm like, this is probably not right. Like, so I go look at the guy's profile, and I remember this guy specifically because when I was first came across him on social media, I knew this guy was somebody important or knew what he knew.
Ashton is basically saying he's wondering if a guy that posted or DM'd him could have been the general. Let me move on because there's a lot. Let's listen to the general here.
I want to watch another clip because that's what people may ask. They may say, hey, how do we know this guy's actually important? What if I told you he definitely knows all about our nuclear weapon systems? He definitely knows about our most advanced hypersonic systems.
And he goes missing the day before the day before we go to war with Iran, the day before. So he goes missing on the 27th. We're reportedly at war on the 28th. I mean,
almost certainly.
Is it just a coincidence? Is it just a coincidence that Nancy's, all of that dropped with Epstein and she goes missing? The, ambassador of Israel visits Arizona. She goes missing same day. I mean, is it just a coincidence? Probably, right?
He knows about our fusion propulsion capabilities that are not publicly known, other than what I've been revealing and a few others. And he very well might know about the wormhole technology used on MH370 because he would have been commander of the Air Force Research Labs the year before.
And y'all remember the MH370, right? That's the Malaysia plane. Remember the Malaysia plane just disappeared without a trace? They allegedly found some pieces here and there, but hey, I can look at that chart. I looked at that chart when it took place, and I knew immediately, it was some weird wormhole shit with that plane. It was weird. The chart is so spooky that I got the heebie-jeebies just reading it. And that was years ago. Right? That was a long time ago. The MH370. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that plane? The Malaysia plane? That was 2014. And yeah, I was reading charts in 2014. Spooky action at a distance. For real. For real, guys. Most definitely. Freaky.
That operation that we've talked about on your past podcast. So
Yeah.
here's a.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, this is Ashton Forbes. This is his channel. This is Ashton Forbes' channel, not the tactical guy. It's got Ashton Forbes. See? Ashton Forbes. And then that's the tactical guy. I don't remember his name. Paramount Tactical. Gotcha. Yeah.
Clip I made from I can't who found this. I want to give them credit. I think it was Stochastic Scribe on Twitter. He's got a really good account. I think he found this AIAA, I think it is, one of these science conferences where he goes over and reviews the weapon capabilities and the research that they're talking about. And keep in mind, this is all just what's publicly available. So let's play this clip and gives a lot of.
Yeah, Ashton knows all about that airplane. it's the reason why I'm even a subscriber to him is because of that. The Malaysia stuff. Oh, wow.
The insight and realizing like this guy is probably one of the, I don't know if there's a list of how important people are, but he's got to be like in the top
Other
25.
important investments in this area of propulsion and aerospace systems are the
Yeah, I'll redo it. There we go.
other important investments in this area of propulsion and aerospace systems are the
Yeah, Cree Designs. It was March 8th, 2014 when the Malaysia plane. Yeah, March 8th, 2014. So here's the general right here. Here's the retired general that's missing. He is a top dog.
propulsive technology for hypersonic flight. You see in the image in the upper left, the X-51. We've flown 3 of those. We've learned something new from each one. We've got 1 more to fly, and we plan to fly it in April to milk what we can out of that set of test assets. This has been the very first successful hypersonic scramjet that burns hydrocarbon fuels. You see in the middle some interesting research, cartoon diagramming interesting research we're doing about energy efficiency, formation flying, mobility airplanes. In some remarkable tests out at Edwards, we demonstrated that we could in fact reduce fuel flow by as much as 8 to 11% for those airplanes in trail and the climbing sides of those vortices. And we could also do that with formation flying geometry that was within the capacity of the existing autopilot in the C-17. All of this aimed at research in reducing the demand for fuel. And I talked a little bit about the high-speed strike weapons program cartooned over there on the right. It largely a propulsion investment that seeks to bring the risk down for long-range hypersonic propulsion.
Oh my God, this tastes so good. You guys hit it out the park.
Propulsion. Hypersonic.
And there's another clip. I didn't have it there, but he also speaks about the AGM, the what do they call it? They just tested this missile, the nuclear warhead. What's the name of it? Someone will get me in the chat, but the AGM-3 or whatever it is, he says that they enhanced that the inertial guidance, so like the autopilot capabilities of those missiles, so that they're compliant up until like 2030 or something like that. And keep in mind that video is from like 12 years ago. So that video is super old. And so right there, he's speaking, I'll kind of bring it down for everybody. First of all, the nuclear weapons capabilities we know about, they actually just tested one of those missiles. There's like if you look at the news, you'll see there's this big, huge like shot of us testing a non-armed warhead to make sure it's still capable.
And as far as Charlie goes, as far as Charlie Kirk, Jaywood Mimi, I don't think that he was shot with a 30-06. I think that they used some new technology. There's definitely some new technology with that, for sure. That shirt, Charlie's shirt, all of that. No, that just doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense.
The hydrocarbon burning scramjet. The scramjet, I've learned, is basically as close as we can get till we get to a fusion drive. So essentially, they've gone from these ramjet engines, these spinning engines, and they pull out all the engine stuff in the middle, and then they're putting in there magnets, basically, and using MHD plasma in your engine, and that's how they can create these scramjet engines.
This is at Lockheed Martin, right? This is at Lockheed Martin. In August 2018, the U.S. Air Force awarded $480 million contract to Lockheed Martin for the development of an air-launched hypersonic weapon. In 2018, we cannot even imagine what we have today. If they are going to tell us what they've got, it's already been in use for 50 years, you know?
also spoke about the high-speed strike and basically how the strike system is essentially a propulsion technology research for long-distance propulsion. And so this is where, like, I'm obviously speculating that they've been working on and figuring out fusion propulsion, but they can't say that. Clearly couldn't say that, 12 years ago. But that's what I think that they were getting to there. Now, you could imagine if this is true and he knows about this, even just the nuclear thing alone, though, our adversaries would be very interested, like on an episode of 24 or something. We need to call in Jack Bauer to rescue the good general.
Right. Good one.
We got a few super chats over here. We
Some of
got
these questions are good.
Endless Summer Rose. Question for Ashton. 1, what does he think about the Diego Garcia mess with the UK? 2, why did the military use wormhole technology to put ships in the Persian Gulf quicker?
Okay, so this is a good question for someone like me that's an astrologer that maps, right? So what does he think about this Diego Garcia mess with the UK? If I'm looking at the UK, I could pull the UK chart, no problem. But if I'm looking at the UK, I'm definitely going to pull King Charles. Right? I'm going to pull King Charles as well, not just the UK. And I did. And, of course there's definitely matches. But let's look at the good general's map. Let's go from Miss Guthrie to the general. Okay. Let me put in my addresses, and you can see that I haven't put any more lines in there since the last time that I showed you guys. So if we want to look at the Diego Garcia, there it is. There it is. What I've done is I've just taken those lines all the way out. Expansion of travel, huge weight of loyalty and home, missing Hades. So the missing Hades in the second house is about values. It's about home. It's about a weight. And there's an expansion here. There's an expansion with travel, with overseas, with Jupiter, because anything that Jupiter touches is going to expand it. The letter of the law. This is going all the way to Diego Garcia. I mean, like literally right there. Like right there, guys. I mean, I can't make it up. Right there. I can't make it up. So the missing Hades in the second house is about money. It's about values, with home, with loyalty. Can't make it up. This is a sensitive nature here. Yeah. Yeah. So that is where we are talking about, or they are talking about, right? And he's talking about the UK. Talking about the UK. Because the UK owns that territory, I would imagine. We've got the UK up here. Let's look at that compass bearing here. Going into Norway. That's going to be a, let's see. It's a 16 Gemini. That's an 11 Gemini. So we got an 11 to a 16 Gemini. 11 to 16 Gemini. Let me look at the 11 and 16 Gemini. And we're rising at an 8. So we're rising at an 8 Gemini at 11 a.m. Rising at an 8. 55 Gemini. So what is that? That's definitely the United States Uranus right there. shaking things up with groups. Interesting. See if his line goes to Iran. Dang, where did my map go? There it is. Let's see. That's a 1 Cancer. If we go up to the top, that's going to be a 29 Gemini to a 3 Cancer. So let me look at the missing. Oh, yeah, it's definitely going there. We got a 0 Gemini all the way to a 2 Cancer. That's the values. The 2 Cancer is the value. So it would be a 92 compass bearing. Right there. The 8 that it's rising with, it's a 68. That's where we're rising, going back up there. Hold on. No. 29 Gemini. There's the 2 Cancer. Okay, so that is 0 Cancer. It's 2. That's actually the values right there. Let's look. 2. 92. It's good enough. So right there in Iran, there's Tehran, Basra, Kuwait, Jordan. Well, there's Israel right there. There's the values. Right? There's the values right there. And I don't know the military bases there. So there's Morocco. Okay. I could show you the chart for the UK, but guys, just trust me.
Number one, did you see that the UK supposedly stopped us from using Diego Garcia on Iran? What the hell does that mean? Why do these things keep getting said and I don't understand what they mean? There's no, the words don't even make sense. Are they saying that we got secret weapons at Diego Garcia that they wouldn't allow us to deploy? How would the UK determine what we do on our military base? Makes no sense to me whatsoever.
So why would they? It makes no sense. So the reason why it makes sense to me is because if we think about why we even came to the United States and took over territories, we came here with military, with viruses and diseases, gave people blankets, acted like, we were their friends. We'd be friends. Come on. We came here to the United States in order to have a whole country of nothing but testing. All we got to do is go back to the Queen and King of the UK at the time, go hard into the history of King James and Francis Bacon, and they had a clear plan for the United States well before it was implemented. Clear plan. For Francis Bacon, it was going to be a new Atlantis. It was clear. So we are a spawn from the UK. Israel is a spawn from the UK. I don't know why that's so hard to understand for people. His company was Blue Halo. Israel used a missile called Blue Sparrow. Who is his? When you say his company was Blue Halo, who is his? The general? Let's look at the Diego Garcia. It's the largest island of the whatever. It's been used as a joint UK-US military base since the 70s. A joint military base. Oh, wow. I didn't know that he had a company named Blue Halo. That the general that's missing has a company, Blue Halo? Israel used the missile. His company is Blue Halo. Blue Halo Company. Oh my gosh. And general, hold on. And general. Holy moly. Blue Halo address. Let's put that on the map. That company, we can put that on the map for Mr. Hold on. That's in Virginia? I put this on Nancy's map, guys. I put this on her map. Maybe I did put it on his map. Hold on. Maybe I already know that. Hold on. Maybe I already know. Hold on. Let me see. I think I did. Okay, I do. Oh, no, that's Maxwell Air Force Base. That's in Huntsville. Okay, so let's put these addresses on the map. Thank you for that information. Blue Halo was acquired by Aero Fire. I've seen this before. Maybe I did put that. Hold on. Hold up. Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. So this is Blue Halo. Okay. Because as I build this map, it's going to be very important. There's that same, okay, so that's going to Israel, right? This one is going to Israel. This is the missing outer wheel of the second house. Okay. And then we've got the one in Arlington. That's the headquarters. Arlington, Virginia. Interesting. Thank you, Jay Woodbeamy, for that information. Very good. Okay, so let's take this one off because we don't need that. Blue Halo. Because as I build this map, this is going to be a great way to tell. Which I do want to show you other places on this map. I just haven't gotten to it yet to see. Okay, so those are we got Arlington, we got Huntsville. Okay. And Israel. Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay. All right, let's move on with this. So the Diego Garcia, let me look at that one more time. Hold on. And y'all can, read it at your leisure, was discovered by Portuguese sailors in 1512, remained uninhabited until the French began using it as a leper colony, coconut plantations after the Napoleonic, I can't even say it, wars. British Indian Ocean Territory. British Indian Ocean. Okay. The UN later voted overwhelmingly in favor of a resolution endorsing this opinion and calling on the UK to end its administration, though the UK has dismissed the ruling as non-binding. Okay. So you can read about the history if you want. The European arrival, settlement of the island, purchase of the UK, arrival of the US Navy. Arrival of the US Navy. Had no permanent inhabitants when discovered by the Spanish explorer Diego Garcia in the 16th century, then in the service of Portugal, and this remained the case until it was settled as a French colony in 1793. Interesting. And then expulsion 1971. You can read on with that.
But more and more and more, Diego Garcia is for me, that's my Area 51. That's where I don't care about what the aliens or whatever, but they got something creepy going on at that base.
They got something creepy going on at this base. They do have something creepy going on at this base, evidently, because it's showing up with the missing event. And like I said, I'm just getting started. So I don't know if I don't know if New Mexico is coming in right here, but it's interesting to note. That is for sure. Interesting, because there's a huge weight of home, of family, of loyalty. And it's, could have something to do with a contract and him talking. Maybe talking to too many people about too many things. I don't know.
Terms of like people always ask, why don't we use, if you say we have this teleportation tech, even fusion technology, why aren't we seeing it get used? Guys, we're fighting Iran. Iran's like not even like our little brother. It's like our little, newborn baby brother.
We're using B-52s against them right now.
Yeah. We don't, and this is what people don't understand is like I think, especially if we assume that there is some really advanced technology, whether or not it comes from aliens or Tesla or ancient civilizations, doesn't matter. Then what we're seeing kind of makes sense because there's going to be the haves and the have-nots. Some people have technology that's up here and other people have technology that's way down here. And the people up here aren't going to use the best technology against these people down here. You use the stuff that's just a little better than what they have. Because that way, when they figure it out, they're trying to build this stuff, but you got the secret stuff way up here. So that's part of it. There's more complicated than that, including like mass production. Like, can they mass produce plasma orbs that can teleport stuff? Probably not 10 years ago. They probably only had a few of them. But that was partly part of it too, is that you want to get to mass production and not have people realize what you're doing. Because eventually your adversaries figure it out and now they got your weapons and they steal them. And this is what I think MH370 was all about. It was about China trying to steal our super advanced weapons. And we're just being like, no, we're not going to do that.
Well, and do we know for sure that transporting people, weapons, something like an aircraft carrier, something that large is even possible? Number two, what's the survivability of that? What do some of these other systems like atomic weapons on board those types of things? How does that affect, wormhole technology? Something we're essentially theoretically talking about to begin with. Like, I'm just curious what your thoughts, and I know this is strictly your opinion.
Sure.
And not to mention, like, how much control can we take it from this grid coordinate and put it exactly on this grid coordinate?
Yeah. That's the amazing part. I think they've got it like
dialed
down
in
perfectly. That's the scariest part probably about the MH370 videos is the scale and the scope of what they're doing implies it's not the first rodeo.
Right.
Implies it's not.
Yeah. So the Malaysia plane that just, vanished. This wasn't the first rodeo. This was definitely, we've got some extreme technology, intelligence, extreme. This reality is not what they feed us. All that is propaganda. They live and these people live in a whole new, it's a whole nother world that we live in. Their perception, their reality is so different because of the things that they understand and that they know, especially this general that's missing. This person says, I live in New Mexico. There is a scientist from Los Alamos National Lab who went missing late last year too. You know, we hear about these scientists, whether they are, you know, from MIT or what have you, like, you know, the Nuno guy. Remember, he got unalived, allegedly got unalived by some dude that he went to school with 20 years prior. You know, it happens way too frequently, but this needs to be talked about. And it's crazy that nobody is talking about it. Crazy.
Not even an experiment that they're testing it. It's like they know exactly where it's going. Like the whole thing looks like you know, one of those, you know, like just in a trap. It's clearly got some purpose to it and an intent going along with it. So I think they've fully, and the only way that would be possible from any, you talk to any physicist, they would say they must fully understand physics. They must have a unification of physics fully figured out. Like they understand dark energy, they understand dark matter, they know what all this really means for the big picture. Because the only way you could have something that's like a precision teleport point-to-point system like that, and you know it's going to come out on the other side, the spot you want it to come out, is that you understand the nature of our reality on a completely different level.
Right. Exactly. That's what I was just saying. Exactly. So if we look at the Los Alamos on the map, we look at Los Alamos laboratory. There it is. So as you can see, I don't have a line there yet. And that is an 11. It's an 11 Aries. In the missing event, there's no 11 Aries. So will there be an 11 Aries, say, for New Mexico? Possibly. What about in the chart of Mr. McCaslin? Possibly. I just haven't gotten to it yet. So that, you know, as they talk about it, I'm going to show you that on the map.
Yeah. And that's the big thing. That's the secret. Like that's the thing that UFO people are never going to tell you. Because that's power.
And speaking of the UFO technology, just so you guys know, like we've been having this type of technology. So let's say that we're out riding around and we see a UFO and, you know, we're thinking that, you know, we're being invaded or something by aliens. That's our people. That's our military. Years ago, I had a dream that me and my daughter, my ex-husband, and then other people that I didn't know were walking out of a building, and I saw all of these UFOs. And my daughter said, Mom, is that a UFO? Are these UFOs? And I started laughing and I started videoing it. And I was like, I don't know what this is. It doesn't look like UFOs, but I don't know. And now that drones, I think back at that dream and I'm like, it was drones. That's what it is. It's drones all in the sky. Drones. Big drones. Propulsion. Yeah, I don't know. But this stuff is freaky. And whatever that they are doing and they are testing out in Iran is definitely not all that the United States and the UK are capable of. And Russia, China. If we've got it, China and Russia should. I would think. I don't know. Here we go.
That information is power. The knowledge is power. What you can do with that knowledge is weaponize it. Turn it into weapons that can defeat your adversaries, that can discombobulate them like we did Venezuela. And I don't even know who even knows what we're doing in Iran. We might be deploying some stuff that's advanced, like isn't it the Strait of Hormuz or whatever right now, where all the electromagnetic activity is happening, where like people's, you know, that's almost certainly us, you know, messing around. And that's us using directed energy warfare. You know,
so there it is. So the directed energy warfare, what he is saying, his theory is that we our military are using electromagnetic directed energy in the Strait of Hormuz or Hormuz, however you pronounce it.
Essentially, we're creating a noise bath of electromagnetic activity that just knocks out all signals or scrambles them, essentially. And if we can do it at that scale.
So that takes me back to Nancy. We have the technology to easily scramble.
I mean, it's scary, man. Sky's the
What do
limit.
you think it would take for the U.S. to deploy that type of technology?
Burning, tingling, numb, aging feet.
I mean, this is our general, guys. This is what all he was working
These are
on.
good questions.
You know, to the point that the public would know about it. It would force disclosure about it.
This is why I talk to you, because this is what I sit there and think about. I think about, like, what would it actually take for us to, like, get real disclosure where it's like undeniable. It's going to be really, really hard. Even if they were, first of all, it's going to take war with China or Russia.
And
like, it's got to be the big
existential threat.
Yeah. And they'd have to shoot a nuke at us probably. Right. And we get to that situation. And the crazy part is they might even still let a nuke hit us. So the people that are saying, like, hey, false flag attack, they're going to let us get hit by a nuke, that's actually not outside the realm of possibility. And it might not be able to stop it depending on what kind of warhead it's on. I mean, the hypersonics, some of these hypersonics are going at tens of thousands of miles per hour. Even those orbs might struggle at something that speed. But conventional ICBM going conventional speeds, up to Mach 10, we are going to be able to take out basically anything. And that's why we're building that Golden Dome, because that Golden Dome is basically, when we do that, we're just going to be like, well, the Golden Dome did it. No questions. Don't ask any questions about how, but it's going to be directed energy weapons from space, probably these plasma orbs.
Orbs, plasma from the sun. Like, guys, this is wild. It's just wild to me. Just wild. So here's another one, talking about let me go back. Hold on. Do you know if the FBI is searching for him? Let's listen to what he has to say here. This funny.
Not even just a couple of, like 60 times. And the DOE did like the MSM thing before we knew what MSM even meant, and debunked it and convinced everybody it was just fake and to look the other way. And then 10 years goes by and everybody's just researching it again because it was real the whole time. And so Epstein was directly involved in that. And him and his buddies are bragging about how he went to Google and told Google not to look into it, not to research it. And you're like, this is like, there's like a real actual cover up here. It's incredible.
Talking about Epstein. Let's go back. Let's listen to, hold on.
With General McCaslin, this makes this more relevant.
Yeah, I didn't know about that particular one. Oh, yeah, here it is. Melissa Casillas, 53-year-old administrative assistant. Now, they were just administrative assistant, but still pretty weird. The thing I wanted to bring up around Los Alamos was the Epstein stuff, because I saw Eric Weinstein talking about this. I was stealing my stuff. No, just kidding. But he's saying that, the UFO topic is gonna be like centered around nukes and Los Alamos and Epstein. And I'm going, this is what I've been saying for last year, is that UFOs are nukes. They're using fusion as their fuel source. That's what it's all connected to, nukes. And the Epstein thing is real. I couldn't believe this, but I looked at the emails from the leaks myself, and it says right there, like, they set up the Santa Fe Institute, the Zorro Ranch in Nevada, there next to Los Alamos, because they knew those engineers were like being laid off or whatever because the funding was being cut in the 90s. And it's like, no doubt they were using that for, compromising those people to get information out of them. Definitely.
Epstein. Now we're back at Epstein. How does Epstein tie into, how does he? Because he is a powerful, powerful person. That's how. So if we look at the map and we put Zorro Ranch on here, because we need to, right? We definitely need to go ahead and put that Zorro Ranch There it is. Right there. That is going to be a 16 Gemini. 16 Gemini. So it's rising at an 8 Gemini, so it's going to rise here. It's going to rise right here. All right.
That was what they were setting up
Hey,
for.
Divna, welcome back.
And in a different email, Epstein brags about being the one to have killed cold fusion in 1989. And I'm just saying, you saw that one, right?
Yeah, I saw that email. Yeah.
That is insane to me because this is what I've been researching in the last 2 years, and beyond any shadow of a doubt, they literally just covered up cold fusion. It's real. It's definitely real. And like there was experimental validation, confirmation. It was reproduced like 60 times, not even just a couple of, like 60 times. And the DOE did like the MSM thing before we knew what MSM even meant, and debunked it and convinced everybody it was just fake and to look the other way.
Right. And so if we Google it, you know, it says that he's not directly tied to it, but he was always funding scientists and talking to scientists, talking to researchers. I mean, he was a professor at Harvard and didn't even have a degree. Come on, man. Interesting. Interesting. The Epstein files. It's crazy that people think that he is deceased. How can a powerful person like that be deceased? How can a powerful person like Ghislaine be sitting in jail? It's crazy the amount of people that believe what they're told.
And then 10 years goes by and everybody's just researching it again because it was real the whole time. And so Epstein was directly involved in it. And him and his buddies are bragging about how he went to Google and told Google not to look into it, not to research it. And you're like, this is like, there's like a real actual cover up here. Just
yeah, real cover up.
Yeah, Dom C was just asking, do you know if the FBI was looking for him? According to multiple sources, the FBI is allegedly looking for him, but there's looking for him and then announcing the fact that he's missing. And that's usually what happens with this type of stuff, especially somebody of, his stature. And it's insane.
Ashton laughing. I mean, that's basically what I did when I saw that question. It's like, how does anyone ever, FBI should take over the case. FBI should do this. FBI should take over. I mean, so we trust these agencies when they are proven time and time again not to be trustworthy. Why would we trust them? I mean, make it make sense, guys. If we can't trust them on other things, why are we trusting them here? I don't get it. I'm lost. I'm lost. Just saying. I had the same reaction though. I mean, it was just like hilarious.
That it's not. That again, we're worried about, and rightfully so. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be worried about Savannah Guthrie, but she's taken up all the oxygen in the room as far as media, and now we have, a literal hero with a lot of classified information that isn't being broadcast out there. That information is being put out. Does anyone know if he'd been sick, ill over the last 3 months, or traveled anywhere that may require shots for travel? I don't think that information's
his wife would have said something. I feel like if that was the case,
yeah.
And It's almost like they're not trying to find him. Like if you're trying to find somebody who's missing, you want to get on the news. You want to tell everybody, look out for this person. Here's what they look like. Tell us if you see them. None of that.
Or at least doing it quietly. Like they clearly don't want national attention brought to this. That's my perception of the
That's
silence.
clear. I mean, it's evident. If they did want national attention looking for this missing general, it would be all over the news. These people control the media. I mean, so it's all bought and paid
Silence of
for.
it all is deafening.
Or tell people about it, because like it's not like it's like what would you be afraid of telling people about? Tell us more information about the circumstances, like, and we might be able to find them, you know, like anyway.
Or they may know. I mean, and I think that is probably the conclusion that I come to is like they know who grabbed him, they know who has him, or they know what happened to him, or like you said, maybe he's sitting in a, you know, shipping container in Area 51 right now getting interrogated. I don't know, but it's clearly
how crazy would that be if like he was talking to people and he shouldn't have been, and like I was one of those people. He was. Let's just indulge for a second. Let's just go crazy for a second. What if like that guy on Twitter was him, and it's not just me? What if he's whispering to other people and they get pissed off and they're like, "You're talking too much," and they just disappear him?
Yeah, I mean, Ashton seriously thinks that it's a possibility that he was actually interacting with the general and he didn't even know it. And maybe he was talking too much.
He's just gone.
So should we state for the record now that you do not plan on unaliving yourself? Your brakes work fine on your car. Everything is good as far as you know. There's no gas leaks in your house.
I mean, at this point, guys, I've said so much. If they want to take me out, they're just going to take me out. You know, I'll take one for America. If we need me to be, if we need Ashton Forbes to disappear for America to be safe, you know what? I'll take one for the team. I'll take one for the team, chat.
You know what? I'll fight for your statue.
Thank you. Appreciate
check
it.
how many Chinese generals are dead or missing versus my generals missing or dead. I don't know what my general, the U.S. generals missing or dead. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I think this is where, man, somebody, it was one of the replies kind of freaked me out. The first day I posted about this guy missing, like the day he disappeared, and I was like, this is so weird. And everybody was kind of on the dementia train right away. And one person replied like, said, just kind of complimented me on my like attention to detail and noticing things. And I'm like, man, kind of just thinking like, you know, maybe this like, cause I don't know. I'm trying not to do too weird with this, but it's been a week and there's
boiler update. We appreciate this.
So here we go.
Support folks. Dr. Altoids, PhD in astronautical engineering at MIT.
Oh,
Two-star general led.
Now they're going to joke on Candace.
Right about who's the most right or who got it right.
McCaslin was working with Applied Technology Associates, formerly known as ATech Corporation, doing business as Applied Technology Associates. Huh. Applied Technology Associates. Hold on. Applied Technology Associates. Tech Corporation. Address. Let's put that on the map. Applied Technology Associates. They've got an alternative location also in Pennsylvania. Interesting. Applied Technology Associates. Okay. Got it. Got it, Jaywood Mimi. Thank you. Thank you. It's right there by Kirkland Air Force Base. Thank you very much. Got it on there.
First. And they also shouldn't like get at each other's throats about, well, you're.
I think he could have been, Mary. I definitely think so. And good to see you, Mary. What if he was called to oversee something regarding Iran? Yeah, Definitely. I think that that's definitely possible.
View is right, but it's wrong about this. So throw that out. Mine's like, you know, more correct and more better. Like we're gonna
Because when we look at the map, you know, when we look at it, let me just look at it for just a second and show you guys again. So this line right here is the value. So this is the value house. This is what is leading the values when he goes missing. And so he is going this way with the values of home and is going right over into Israel, Iraq, and Iran, and going into Afghanistan and Pakistan. So yes, I think that that is very, very possible. Is very possible. The other thing too that I want to take note while I've got the map is, let me turn on my addresses here. This is where they state that he would go on. No. Hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. This is where they said that he would go hiking. This is the trail that he would go all the time. So if he's deceased, he should be found right here in this hot spot. If he's deceased and somebody took him out on the trail, this would be it. I don't believe so. I don't believe he is deceased. But if he is, if something happened and they offed him, it could be having something to do with his daily routine or this routine of him going on this trail. Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we keep on going, hold on. If we keep on going on this line, look at that. We go into Colorado Springs. And what's in Colorado Springs? Glad you asked. The Shriver Space Force Base, or Shriver Space Force Base. There it is. There's the Space Force. There it is. Right there. Right there. And it's a trip too that this is a Space Force, okay? And we've got Sputnik Street and we've got Enoch Road. We got Kepler Avenue. We got Kepler, we got the Falcon, Sputnik, and Enoch. All at this Space Force base. Interesting, isn't it? The other thing that the other place that I want to show you is right here. There's the Hill Air Force Base. Here is the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory right there. Oh yeah. I'm filling this map up with some really cool places. This is where Anthony Peratt could be in this retirement community right here. And we'll get into who Anthony is.
have all the time in the universe
Yeah, he definitely could be deployed.
to figure out who is the most right. Let's just get the gravity manipulation, the wormholes, the warp drives, the fusion energies, and then we can start deciding who's the best.
I mean, maybe he's in a wormhole. Maybe he went through a wormhole. Maybe he was lifted up.
Why do you think that there's less of a collaborative attitude amongst all this stuff, especially in the, I would say, non-professional world? So for instance, you got a lot of haters, guys that are smart, they're out there hating on you. And what I will say is that you do not, I haven't seen where you do that back, which I really appreciate. Because the thing is, one of the things I've talked about before is, look, I don't know if Ashton Forbes is correct or right. And a lot of the stuff I can't prove. I'm not smart enough.
Let's listen to this.
Someone I just saw recently. And by recently, I mean less than an hour.
This is a good question. Do you think that we have known this since the Reagan administration? And was this tech they were talking about using in the Star Wars weapons? This is a good question.
2 ago. Do you think that we have known this since the Reagan administration? And was this tech they were talking about using in the Star Wars weapons?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think they've known.
Yeah, Witchy Mama. It is. It keeps coming back to Epstein. It just, everything goes back to this. It's crazy.
I was
Crazy.
just reading this book. Where did I put it? Here we go.
The New World
The
Order.
Secret of the Three Bullets. Because now I'm 100% sure this is all related to nuclear weapons. A new generation
That says the secret 3 bullets, a new generation of micronuclear weapons is on the battlefield. Huh.
of micronuclear weapons on the battlefield. And it's obvious to me, going back to the 60s and the sketchiness around the 60s, even the movie Oppenheimer. I don't know if you saw that, but like all this antagonism of Edward Teller versus everybody else, and all his suspecting them of being spies, like it almost seems cartoonish when we watch that.
And, you know, think about the Nancy Guthrie case and the Oppenheimer on the map. I mean, Oppenheimer, it's like everywhere I was looking, it was Oppenheimer, the guy living next door that owns the house of Nancy Guthrie's, the house next door. Oppenheimer again, you know, it's wild. The way that all of this just seems to be so connecting. I don't know. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
That movie, you're like, why does he care so much whether or not these people might be communists? Why is he so paranoid about all this? It's because I think they figured out space-time manipulation.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is a secret, like even bigger than the nukes, where like, hey, we figured out physics here, and this has to be super secret. And they figured it out because they were setting off super powerful nuclear weapons. And Edward Teller himself designed a weapon that was supposed to be 10 gigatons, an Earth destroyer. And they never ended up supposedly building it. But you start to realize, like, these people were taking this science to its extreme. And now what I told you before about the black hole, realize if Einstein's right, these people had to have figured it out, because they're talking about making weapons that absolutely would do those things. And then sure enough, in the 60s, we banned nuclear weapon testing right after we started testing these super powerful nuclear weapons. Why? Probably because we figured out there's true destructive capability. So to your question, for that big super chat, did they know about this with the Star Wars initiative in the 80s? Absolutely. They knew about directed energy weapons. They knew about gravity manipulation weapons. And that's why they were inventing these things that they call them nuclear based. When they say nuclear, that's their way of getting around fission versus fusion. They don't have to differentiate what they're doing. And then with the directed energy weapons, like beaming energy from space, possibly destroying warheads with directed energy lasers that conventionally wouldn't be possible.
And we are told that Elon is constantly sending up satellites. What is he really sending up? What is he really sending up? Do we truly know what he is sending up into space or into our, these low orbiting satellites? I don't know what he's doing. But he's doing something, because Elon Musk is one powerful dude.
What do you think they were doing with Starfish Prime? And for people that don't know, they were basically launching nuclear weapons, high energy nuclear weapons at the Van Allen belt. I've heard two different things. Number one, they were trying to disrupt the Van Allen belt so that we could potentially get a spaceship to the moon, get through the Van Allen belt without as much radiation exposure. And then they also were talking about essentially trying to create a artificial nuclear belt that would potentially protect us from solar radiation and things like that.
Yeah, this is the one that I was just researching recently, the Starfish Prime. They were the high altitude nuclear weapons tests that they were doing. And actually, apparently now to this day, we can't do carbon dating correctly because we don't have a baseline, because of all these high altitude nuclear weapons tests put so much carbon-13 into the atmosphere. It's pretty weird. Also added a whole bunch of electrons when they did this. But I think what they were doing is they were trying to punch a hole in the magnetosphere, the ionosphere, or something like that. That was what really stuck out to me. Because I think also, wasn't the EMP from that burst was much more powerful than they expected or something like that?
It basically wiped out all the electronics in Hawaii, I know.
Remember that? Wiped out all the electronics in Hawaii. We have capabilities, and it could be that is why the general is gone. But why not just deploy him? Why not just deploy him? And because he was retired? No. Why, create this drama of him being missing? Why not just deploy him? Why is there, it just, none of that makes no sense. So I'm wondering if he is missing and he is being reported missing to create another distraction. I don't know.
It's going to blow up the whole planet. We need small bombs that can make little micro black holes or wormholes or, vaporize things. That's what we really want.
Texas Motherbird realized Ashton. I'm not sure what that means. Nuno Loureiro, a 47-year-old professor of nuclear science and engineering physics at MIT, as well as the director of the university's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, was shot multiple times and killed.
This is, I don't believe myself, unless I were to see Nuno's body. I have a hard time believing. And if he was unalived, then truly unalived. What did he know? Why were they trying to shut him up? This makes no sense. And he's gonna, I mean, it's gonna make it made me laugh because it makes zero sense. What happened with Nuno?
This is my other favorite one. This is how are there? I'm trying not to go down the rabbit hole, guys. I'm trying not to go full Candace Owens, and the world is making it very difficult for me here right now. This guy was and
it's not even about being Candace Owens. It's about sometimes the reality, what we are spoon-fed, isn't the truth. And then when you think outside the box and you're thinking about things that are making sense because the story doesn't make sense, then all of a sudden you're called a conspiracy theorist. I'll take my tinfoil hat. I'm fine with it. You can laugh at me all day long.
Nuclear scientist and he was the top nuclear scientist at MIT's fusion lab.
Right.
And he
nuclear scientist. The top nuclear scientist. Come on. Crazy.
Randomly gets gunned down by the guy that shot up Brown University like 4 days later. The guy shoots up Brown University, goes on the lam, nobody can find him, and then he finds Nuno Loureiro at his front porch, walking through his front door, shoots him in the back dead, and then goes to some kind of storage facility and ends his own life.
Right.
How does that make any sense to anybody on the whole planet?
Right.
This is like the general disappearing. So, and then they try to claim that the guy that shot him went to school with him in Portugal 20 years ago. What? So what? That's like one of my old high school friends coming to America and killing me because he's mad at me from something from 20 years ago when we used to live in Singapore together. That's insane. It doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely insane. It makes no sense. And how many people really questioned the narrative? Everybody moved on to something else. There's always something new to take our mind off of things that are very important that we should resolve before moving on to something else. Well, call me a conspiracy theorist, or all these solar flares we have been having something else. Back in the 80s was the whole for global warming something else. Exactly, witchy mama. Exactly. If it don't make sense, we're trying to make sense of what doesn't make sense. I mean, we can't just be spoon-fed some BS and expect it to buy it hook, line, and sinker. It just doesn't work that way for some of us. For the weak-minded, it works just fine. It works just fine on them.
How do you even find out where he lives? I'm just sitting here. You didn't even know that? Oh
No,
my
I did.
God.
I didn't. I hadn't seen this one at all.
Okay, well then I'll play this clip for you because I got one of Nuno Laredo. Because the first thing I do when these people like meet these crazy tragic ends, I'm like, okay, what were they saying online? What was showing me their content on the internet? And this guy Nuno Laredo is talking about how magnetic fields can't be primordial, and I'll explain why this is important. So
It is important. He's talking about the research that he was doing and how the magnetic field, he was so into understanding the magnetic field. Was he really unalived? Was he really unalived? We got the Brown school shooter shooting the place up. Then he goes many miles away into Massachusetts and unalive somebody that he allegedly goes to school with 20 years prior. I mean, then he offs himself. That was a full-on government operation there. Come on. Come on. Anybody that believes that full narrative, that narrative is just, yeah, spoon-fed BS, then having research tools removed. Exactly.
here's the clip. I think this is it. Let me see. I think this is it. There's two. I'm not sure which is the right one, but here you go.
Let us had a magnetic field present when Earth formed. Now you think that the outer core of the Earth is an MHD fluid, it's a plasma, okay? And we know what its properties are. So you know that based on the properties of that fluid, if you had a magnetic field present when Earth was formed, it would take about 10 to the 5 years for that field to atomically diffuse. But we know from paleomagnetism, so essentially measures of the magnetic field on Earth, that the Earth has had basically a constant magnetic field for essentially however long it's existed, around 10 to the 9 years. So you conclude from this that the only possibility is if the Earth actively generates its own magnetic field. Right? So the motions of
It's a similar situation for the sun. And people have theorized or wondered, if the Earth's core is like this, like the sun, like the properties of the sun. Because our magnetic field must actively generate energy constantly. And that's the reason why we are magnetic beings. We are conduits. We are literally conduits.
the core of the Earth are such that via the induction term, they continuously generate the magnetic field of the Earth so that this term cannot just dissipate it away.
Okay, so, can I hear us? I can't tell.
Yep. No, we're good.
Okay, so what did he just say there? Why is that important? He basically said, we measure the Earth's magnetic field and we just do some simple math. And it's like the Earth's magnetic field should dissipate in like 10 to the 5 zeros. So it's a long time, but it's like a million years or something like that. But we're like, oh, but actually Earth's been around for like 10 to the 9. And then the magnetic field, when we actually go measure it, it's not even actually decreasing over a long period of time, like barely any change whatsoever. So what he's saying is that the magnetic field of our Earth can't be primordial. It can't come from the original development of the Earth because it should have gone away by then. So it must be getting actively generated. But the question is, where's that energy coming from?
The sun.
That's doing that for that long of a period of time. How does it?
It's either coming from the sun or the Earth's core. Right? I mean, it seems simple enough. Plasma.
It sustains itself. How come the Earth doesn't just become cold and die essentially, as opposed to staying active for such a huge period of time? And so he's implying there's some physics at play here that we don't fully grasp, don't fully understand. And it's not a direct connection to free energy, but it's kind of the first step towards realizing like, oh, maybe there is a way to get energy out that is more than what we're putting in there locally.
Right. And so that's the reason why free energy has always been a topic going back to as far as I can remember reading. scientists have always been looking at free energy because the energy is freely given on this planet. The electromagnetic universe, electromagnetism is the top dog. And I would assume that it's working with gravity, right? Hey,
That's
Janet,
crazy.
good to see you.
Well, and he just happened to be whacked in the middle of a active shooting event that was just completely random.
Yeah.
And the thing, it wasn't, no, that's the thing though, because it wasn't like while the shooting was going down. This guy goes to Brown University, and they can't even figure out why he shot at Brown University, other than the fact that like he went to school there once upon a time. He goes there, shoots the Brown University up, disappears for like days, like 3 days, and they were looking for him, and everybody's screaming how they can't find this guy. There's a shooter on the loose that just shot up a school, and then Nuno Laredo dies, and people are like,
Vous voulez parler couramment français? Then
people are like, how did this just happen? How is this even related?
speculating it was the same person. And you can see me on social media going, there's no way it can be the same person. That's just, that doesn't make any sense. They're like, well, it's 60 miles away. Why not? What he just randomly shot this random guy, you know? And then that's what the story comes out. Like, yep, this was the guy. And then right after he did this, he decided his quest was over, and he went to the storage facility and took his own life. Like, it's weird, man. Like, someone needs to tell me. I just want to know one thing on that. If there's officials watching, just tell me how he found Nuno Laredo's address, his home address. I just want to know how he found the guy's home address, stalked him to his home address, and killed him at his home. Because if he was at work or something, he went to the school and saw him at work, fine. But he found him at his home? Come on. It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, something like that being random is plausible, but so unlikely that it kind of rules it being random out. Sergeant Will, hey, Gary and Ashton. Ashton, I sent you a message on IG about the general. Sighting of him yesterday in El Paso. He was known here at Fort Bliss and White Sands.
In El Paso?
That's interesting.
That's a no-go.
He was known here. You know why that's so weird? Because that profile, there's only two parts of that profile that kind of rule out the general. He talks about OU and UT. Speaking of University of Oklahoma and Texas. And so that means he's like, it would be whoever that person is must be Southern, must be, live in that area. But that's kind of close to where the general lives. And that guy just right there just connected him to Texas too. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, if you Google it, there's been no confirmed sightings of him at all. There's been no sightings. There's been nothing of the general. So I don't know where that person got that. I mean, the general did go to El Paso in 2025, but
anyway, if that guy ends up being the general, we're going on national TV, baby. We're going. Actually, probably not going on
all this.
Yeah, I've spoken about it multiple times. To me, there's absolutely no inconsistency whatsoever between through them. You'll find that there's actual.
So that's that. I think that I'm done with that one. But I thought that was very interesting. The other thing that's interesting too is there is a guy named Albert Vincel. And this is on the Epstein files. So this is the Epstein files. And this is it's a letter basically from this guy, Albert, talking about the FBI waking up, get to work while all the forewarning is being squandered with free energy. Talking about free energy and 0 point energy. Okay. This guy, you can go onto the Epstein files. You can read the whole thing. But I found his Facebook, and he even has the files on his Facebook. And you can see there's no likes, there's no shares, there's no comments. And then I'm looking at his photos, and he's got remote viewing. And I see Deepak, Deepak is all in the Epstein files, all in them. About consciousness. The consciousness and remote viewing is being connected back to Chopra. And, he's always around high profile, high elite people, making him an elitist as well. With free energy, human experience, PSI ability, remote viewing. And then he Googles himself, or he searches himself, and that's where you come up with the email. And then he's talking about 0 point energy. He's looking at the Epstein library with 0 point energy, flying cars. He's definitely got other stuff on his Facebook about UAP disclosure. DOJ linked to the Epstein files as a path to UAP. Psychic powers. And he also talks about, what is that place? Ryerson. The Ryerson UAP incident that has free energy, psychic powers, and police negligence. And I'm thinking, what? So he gives, and it's a non-link, like, QAnon or something. So I click it, and it takes me to this guy's. He's got 287 subscribers. He posted this a month ago, and it says justice.gov, Epstein, search Albert Vinsel, 0 point energy. Shauna Davis, psychic. Halen McCartney, strong. Maya somebody, gold coins. Flight and shapeshift. Art Bell stuff. Edgar Mitchell. Feds need to interview my Ryerson witnesses and place ZPE into the public domain. Take and act on new predictions. Hold the past negligence accountable, including the treason on 9/11, for which there is the death penalty, 0 point energy from UAP contact. Trippy, guys. Trippy. This is in the Epstein files. And somebody says, found this browsing the Epstein files. Same, bruh. Somebody else is clapping. So we got, this was posted a month ago, and we got all kinds of, people that have watched it. They're commenting. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's 20 minutes, but I thought, why not? Let's look. let's see what he's got to say in here, because this is in the Epstein files. And this is actually going back to the military. And Tom DeLonge, and this general talking, Tom DeLonge is in the, he's in the Epstein files as well.
World and leaves a post-generational impact. So how are we going to get, now that I'm in the Epstein report, I'm being asked about this quite a bit, and I believe that it will finally break and we will have 0 point energy. That means flying cars and free energy. Brings good back into the world and leaves a post-generational impact. So how are we going to get there? What's the next steps? So what I'm saying, in 2013, there's a Ryerson UAP incident that has a 0 point energy in it. So Colleen is abducted. She was a professor at Ryerson teaching linguistics in the English department. Ramona Pringle is a professor in RTA, School of Media Production, Radio, Television Arts. You see, that's the shirt I'm wearing.
So Colleen, he just said that she was abducted, okay?
Robin Doolittle is alumni of Ryerson. She finished her journalism degree there. It's in the same building, 80 Gold Street, the RCC. And now she is a Globe and Mail reporter. So the furthest maybe it went, and Robin has done the most about it, is Pringle and Doolittle convened the witnesses in her office, and then Doolittle took a statement from them. That went to David Walmsley, the editor of the Globe and Mail, and he's like, well, all of this is true, but the Globe doesn't publish about UFOs, so they quashed it down. Walmsley also knew about Bataclan Theater. There's a 2013 list of forewarnings that goes out, and Walmsley has it, And now he doesn't want to admit that he knew about the theater, and he left all the French to be tortured and die there because, you know, they're cowards. Anyway, how we can prove what I'm saying is if we voir dire these witnesses. And why I picked these 5 is because these women manifested superpowers in the same way. Their chakras opened up, Kundalini traveled up their chakras, and they manifested superpowers. So Shauna Davis, she also goes by Sienna. She's psychic. She helped me come up with the 2013 Bataclan list of warnings that were sent out to Toronto police, the FBI, the CIA, the Ryerson professors, and the reporters. Halen McCarty, she's strong and can pick up a car. Maya Echowen manifested gold coins, 1 ounce Canadian maple leafs that she cashed in and used to buy alcohol. And Ramona Pringle herself can fly and shapeshift. This is what causes her to call Doolittle and to convene these witnesses.
So that's where he loses me. That's where he loses me, because the shape-shifting. She can fly and shapeshift. I'm just not buying it. It sounds like way, way out there. But when I look at the general's map and I go to University, well, or Ryerson University, I mean, it's called something else. It's not exactly called Ryerson, but it is. This is the university. This is the campus over here. This would be with the missing event rising at an 8:55. This is what is shaking things up with the United States. And so we are about to see an opposition, a major opposing force with this line coming from the general's house, of course. But the 8:55 in the United States chart is the Uranus in Gemini in the 6th house of health. They're every day. The shakeup with groups, with the mental, with the communications. This is definitely psychic. This is definitely where they would be learning some stuff on this line anyway, from his house, from the general's home, from where he went missing. So that's where the event is actually going to rise. I just haven't put that line in there yet. It's at an 8:55, which is the United States, all day, every day. I thought that was, you know, the shifting, the flying. You know, I don't know.
And the main one, the one that we should get an honest, candid confession out of, is Colleen Durkach, because she was UAP abducted and she had her own flying car that runs on free energy. If she confesses, then that should push the 0 point energy from Hal Puthoff into the public domain. And that's my goal. That's what I'm going after. Doolittle does get a Durkach confession, and then Editor Wansley quashes it down. Also, what happened in 2013, the Dean of AFCAD, Charles Falzon, he said, I can do an emergency broadcast from the RTA studio. Ryerson is the backup studio for the CBC. So he has the whole list of 4 warnings from 2013, the France Bataclan Theater list. And then they check it out and don't do the emergency broadcast. And this warning also went to CBC. Jill Dempsey is a witness. The whole school.
That makes any sense to me. This is just really not making any sense. The shape shifting, that's where he lost me. I'm lost with the shape shifting. I'm just not. I'm not buying into the shape shifting. A flying car, maybe, but I mean, I could definitely see the Jetsons. You know, I grew up watching the Jetsons. I mean, I can see where, you know, we could be looking at something like that, but definitely, definitely not. So again, I've still got to work on the map for the general. But like I said, we've already, I mean, I've already looked enough to where I'm definitely knowing that if whatever reason, wherever he could be found, he is definitely, I don't understand why he would have to have gotten, you know, taken, just left. Why he was, you know, if you're going to be deployed, why not? If you're going to be deployed, why not just be deployed? Why do you have to have a missing event? Have the FBI? That doesn't make any sense. If he just went missing, you know, or I mean, if they just wanted to use his knowledge, his expertise. But again, him talking to Tom and talking too much, who else has he talked to? Maybe that's why he was taken. And maybe he won't ever be found, or maybe he will be found on the trails. When we look at the map, it's very interesting because it's interesting to me because of this, where he was working. You know, he's retired. There's the Applied Tech Associates right here. But where he's working, you know, at the Kirtland Air Force Base, we've got a lot of warring here with creativity and the law and the contracts. The contract. So if he was taken out, he could be here. He could have been taken there. He could have went here on that trail that he always goes on, that he's known to be on, the La Luz Trail. And then I also have, like I've said before, we've got this other one that's going pretty strong right there at the Shriver Space Force Base. That's the, but again, I'm thinking, okay, so if he was taken, you know, just taken from his home, where's all the footage? I mean, don't they have any idea? Like, why are we not hearing anything about this man who is so important missing? Nobody is, and the reason why is because the public isn't pressuring at all. The public is still stuck on Nancy, still actually stuck on Nancy. And I don't blame them. I mean, I'm still wondering what the hell. I don't think that she'll ever be found. I don't think that Nancy's ever going to be found. I think that that's going to be one of those mysteries, and it could be the same thing. Could actually be the same thing with this general. It's just the wildest thing. It's the wildest thing, guys. If we look at how many people are still following JLR and everything that he's doing, right? Everything that he's doing. If we just watch, he's got 17 to 20,000 people. 17 to 20,000 people. Shit, here we go. That is still in his chat. Shit, hold on. I don't know why. Okay, here we go. 17 to 20,000 people in his chat. And nobody really cares about anything else. I mean, yeah, it's definitely come down from like 50 to 70,000 people in chat or that's watching it, but there's still quite a bit of people, right? There's still a lot of people that is watching and trying to figure out where Nancy could be.
So from Sydney, I don't know, Hawaii was a direct route as well. So yeah.
All right, so let me ask you, I'm gonna put you on the spot. What do you think happened to Nancy? Who do you think's involved here?
Look, I keep moving between a few different people. I definitely think it's two people. I definitely think it's somebody that didn't really know what they were doing, because if you have case down place and you've really planned this and it's been a really strategic thing, you would look at all angles, like, is there a camera by the door? Like, to walk up to that camera and then go back and get, like, a plant or whatever it was is just kind of crazy, because if you're going to be, you know, doing this kind of horrible thing, you'd think that the person, and it was planned out, you would think that they would have actually known about that camera.
Do you see how many people are in his chat? How many people are following that want to just see him go everywhere and talk to different people? He's been taking psychic hits and going places where psychics are telling them to go. But that is the reason why these other cases aren't getting any attention. The other thing that I found, going back to the general, is that this guy, Anthony L. Peratt, he's like 86, and I think that he is in a retirement home now. But I did put him on the map because this is a relationship that the general would have had. He would have had a relationship with this man, because this man, Anthony Peratt, is an electrical engineer from California. He worked as a staff member at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. He was a guest physicist at Max Planck Institute in Germany, guest scientist in Sweden, working at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, serving in the Applied Theoretical Physics Division, Physics Associate Laboratory. I mean, we're talking about U.S. Department of Energy, National Security, Nuclear Non-Proliferation. So this guy, with his particle beams, density plasmas, explosive pulse power generators, lasers, intense power microwaves, particles, high energy density phenomena, Z pinches. This guy was a guest editor for Plasma Science. Yeah. So if we just look at, if we just look on the map for Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, there it is. There it is, right there on the map. So we go back down in. It's definitely everything having to do with his work, guys. Everything having to do with this man's work. There's the laboratory. It's going right here. Right here. Storages. There's the lab right there. Not an exact hit, but it's pretty dang close. We go to the Hill Air Force Base. Not an exact hit, but it's pretty close. But if we go up here to Colorado Springs, that's a definite hit. This is the Space Force. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. What does this actually do? What does this facility actually do? What are they known for? What are they known for? The Shriver Space Force. Shriver Space Force. What does it actually do? What does it do for our military? Provides what exactly? Because this is all going to be going back to the Israeli United States war with the Middle East, with Iran, because we want to set up a base in Israel, or, have that be the main place where I guess everybody is, shipping. I don't know. It's definitely going to be about commerce and trading. money. So this is command and control for space operations, Department of Defense satellites. It enables critical global capabilities, including the Global Positioning System, satellite communications, missile warning, and space surveillance. Okay, so if this is about space surveillance, I'm going to take us to another theory here. If this could be about space surveillance, could it be that there is just that there's just a connection with him and the Space Force base in Colorado Springs because he was talking too much? Or could it be that he is needed with his expertise with something having to do that's in our space? That is in our space, like that comet that may not be a comet. Remember, everybody was saying that 3AI wasn't a comet. It was actually some type of space. I don't remember, I don't remember. Do y'all remember? This is a missile defense. So if we were to have missiles coming in to the United States, anywhere in the United States, our defense agency here, this missile defense system with the Joint Task Force Space Defense, is going to shoot off missiles to counteract the missiles that are coming in, like deplete them, dissolve them, whatever. Okay. So let's see if this would be and 3AI. I think it's 3AI or 3IA comet. Let's see. It'll correct me. 3I Atlas. Okay, so the Space Force Base in Colorado focuses on commanding DoD satellites, space systems, missile defense analysis, while NASA and international agencies are actively tracking the object for scientific study. There is no direct link between the comet and the operations at the Air Force Base. Okay, so that's what we're seeing, right? So that's a no-go as far as Google. It would be more like NASA. It'd be more like NASA. Okay. So that's, that's good to know, right? It's good to know. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me go back to the map. This is where our defense is. So those missiles, and again, it's not going directly over it, but it is over the Air Force Base. It definitely is. We are at Enoch Road right here. It's way too close to, to the base to not take note. Definitely. Most definitely. Then we go here. Here's 100 Air Force. Here's 101st. Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And it's definitely going over Fort Campbell, 101st Airborne Division. So this is definitely going over. And it's about communications with two people. And it's in good standing. So if he was flown anywhere, he could have been flown here first. He could have been flown here first. So need to just go up there, go to Indiana Avenue, see if he's around there. Can't get into the base though, right? But he could have been definitely flown there. And then this line would go out to Croatia and Romania. Here's the Portugal. Interesting. That's with New Mexico from his house. This is New Mexico with 2 people. So he could have been flown here as well. We know that that's a direct hit. Absolutely. It's as direct as we can get. Right there on the island. Absolutely right there. So the Diego Garcia is where I'm definitely I'm thinking that he is. That's where he's at. And it definitely has to do with the values of the missing event for Israel. Definitely. So if I look at the astrology of that, let me show you my entire screen. Let me show you my entire screen because I'm going to bring out the charts now with this man, because this is amazing. It's absolutely amazing to see these people showing up with it. Hold on. Let me take this off, and then I'm going to share my whole screen. Hopefully my little pen works. Entire screen. Here we go. Just like, let's look at it. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if it works. Okay. It looks like it is working. Okay, so here is the missing event. And I'm going to show you. Let it start, because that Diego place, right? That Garcia, Diego Garcia, whatever. He goes missing. And let's just look at the UK. Just look at the UK. Hold on. Hold on. I want to actually do something first because I'm not sure on this answer and I need to know. Based on available declassified information and recent reports, there is no direct public or historical context linking Tony Blair and, okay. However, both figures appear in separate distinctive narratives regarding government knowledge and handling of UAPs and UFOs. So, Prime Minister Tony Blair was briefed on UK's UFO policies. Ministry of Defense assured Blair that while they remained open-minded about extraterrestrial life, only a limited interest in UFO matters. Okay, let's see. Okay. And the only reason why I'm looking at that is because Tony Blair is showing up, and I was waiting for something to show up with Tony Blair on this day that he goes missing. And I just assumed that it's because Clinton was doing the deposition. So this is Clinton all day with this missing event. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at Hillary because I want you to see what I'm talking about first. And then I'm going to take you to King Charles. So let me pull Hillary. Where's she at? There she is. So Hillary Clinton, there we go. Okay, so I've got the missing general on the left, and I've got Hillary on the right. Okay, so when he goes missing, I was watching this Eris, this 2448, the goddess of war. She's all about war. This is war. And she is in the 11th house of groups. This means that if he was taken or if he left on his own It was due to the giving of service, the charity that he is giving to this friend group. And the 2448 has to do with Tony Blair. That's Tony Blair all day, every day. However, when I looked at the general's chart, he has that same exact degree in Aries with Sedna. So there's a letting go of war. There is a letting go for war. I'm just saying. That 2448, I was watching it because of Tony Blair. But then Mr. McCaslin has that in his chart as well. So had I been his astrologer, I would have told him to watch out for that day. But anyway, so here is where Hillary is coming into the picture here, because Hillary and her husband, Bill, they had their deposition the 26th and the 27th. He goes missing on the 27th. That morning, he goes missing on the 27th, the morning that Bill is having his deposition. He's talking while William goes missing. Okay. So this 1404 in her chart, this is her co-ascendant in Scorpio, and it's in the 12th house, things of the past with the government, investigations, secrets, hidden sex, her values, right? We've also got the same co-descendant here, 1404 in the 6th house, her everyday, her work, her values. Her values are based off of war. That's how she makes money, is with warheads. Okay. So that 1404 is right here. Who else has that 1404, you asked? I'm so glad that you asked. The son-in-law of Nancy Guthrie. And it's not Tommaso. He has that as well. So it was this day that he is weighed down. Hillary is weighed down. And he goes missing. That 230 degree, that 2 degree in Cancer that goes to Israel, that goes to Iran, there it is. I just haven't put it on the map, but I will. This is the 2nd house. That's all about the values. It's the money and home, the assets, the values of home are right here. And they're weighed down. There's a weighing. And we're reflecting on the values of home. We are reflecting on the loyalty. Okay. But that 1404 is in transit. Same day. Hillary and Bill. I'm just saying. Make it make sense. Can we make it make sense, guys? I don't know. So we're looking at her chart and I'm like, okay, all right. Well, not only that, she has wisdom. She's got a lot of wisdom here in the 11th house of groups, how she brings in money with war, with the government, right? That 856 is the rising degree. We're rising at 11 a.m. And she's got the wisdom. Poseidon, there it is. She's got the wisdom. She's looking at her clock. I don't know that these right and left Republicans and Democrats are really at each other's throats, okay? I really don't think so. Her north node is a 2420, okay? Her south node is a 2420. They're always going to be the same degree. The south node is where she's been here before with all that hidden stuff. And then where she's going is with relationships and the money, the assets, the oil too. Okay. So that 2420 is also found in Epstein's chart. It's also found in Netanyahu's chart. So Netanyahu, 2420. Hillary Clinton, 2420. Okay. We've already had a reigniting of the flame. with that 2420. There's a lot of energy, a directed energy, because that's what Ceres is. There's a lot of directed energy that is coming with that 2420. Hygeia at a 2429, she's already come over that 2420, made contact with it, expressed it. It's just, what? So that was interesting, I thought, that these connections that I'm seeing with her and him going missing, well, it could just be a coincidence. Could just be a coincidence because she is in court. Her husband is in court. That's why she's showing up with this, because it's the same time period. Okay. All right. Well, let's look at him when he goes missing. Let's look at him and King Charles. Okay. Let's look at him and King Charles. Because King Charles, the UK, he is the UK. There's no need in me even looking at the UK, but we can look at the UK. All right, so look at this. So we've got a 2421, right? We know that that's just passed over Hillary. Well, the 2421 is found in King Charles' chart right here. Zeus, the magnetism with the values. All attention is on him with the values. But you know what? There's an opposition because this is Leo and this is Aquarius. They're on an axis that oppose one another. But if we take a look at that opposition, there's a flame of life. So if anybody took him out, it'd be King Charles. He would have ordered it. Okay? He would have ordered it because he's a big dog. And there's something that is coming. Something that is coming. And we're going to watch it because that's what we do. We watch on this channel. Okay? Now, let me tell you when to put this down on your calendar. Because this 1917, ooh, Lordy, I be seeing it. I saw it. And I had to go back. And it's coming when is this? It's going to be in March. Is it March 15th? Yes. At 9:39 Nashville time, so 9:40 Nashville time, we are reflecting with the divine justice with King Charles. There's something happening with King Charles. And this, whatever this is, I feel like that's going to go back to this general. It's going to go back to the general. How? I don't know. March 15th. Write it down. Because this is going to make contact with the king. I mean, we're in 2026 and we still have kings. We got major problems of evolving here. So this 1917, we'll be looking at this, and this is going to be opposing Canada. There's going to be an opposition with Canada with a relationship from the past. Okay. I also want you to take note of something else. The 2448. Chiron is now at that 2448. Let me show you, because you probably forgot. The 2448 is right here when he goes missing, but it's with Eris. Well, Chiron, the wounded healer, the pain, is going to be coming to that same degree. And Mr. McCaslin has that in his chart, the 2448. Okay, so this is why I believe that if we just pay attention, if we just watch, guys, on March 15th, 2026. This is going to go back to the health of the general. And there's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of directed energy with the Secret Service, with Arizona as well. We are going to see an opposition with the relationship with Canada. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that there's another state that has that, and I can't remember it. But when I do, I'll be sure and let you guys know, because it may not be in Canada per se, having to do with the general, but it's definitely, this time period is definitely going to have to do with him and the king, because there's going to be a justice with the communications, with the relationship, and it's going to be transformative, intense, with groups. Okay. This is a time period that we really need to watch. The Secret Service is going to be weighed all the way down. There's other states that have this, like Mississippi. I think it's Mississippi. Let me look. I think it could be Louisiana. But y'all want to watch that. You want to watch March 15th. And I'm going to keep saying it because I want it to, it's 1357. It is Mississippi. So here it is, right here, the 1357. This is also the Secret Service. The Secret Service connects to Mississippi here in the third house of communications. Let me see if the Epstein Island, let's see. Let me see if the island has that. I don't think it does, but Virgin Islands. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Virgin Islands. The king definitely connects to the Virgin Islands, and I definitely see his connection with the Virgin Islands. It's right here. It's with the Venus. The Venus. He definitely connects to the Virgin Islands, but let me look at it, make sure. I'm not seeing that 334 here. Okay, I'm not. So we're going to go back. Mississippi. I don't think on his map, I don't think I have anything in Mississippi. Okay, yeah, we do have some lines going through Mississippi. Is there anything else in Mississippi? I don't see anything. Okay. What about Canada? Well, we do know that there's, I mean, we're rising here, so it could definitely have to do with Canada, right? It could definitely have to do with Canada there. It could have to do with Canada here. There's an opposition with Canada and a relationship. Okay. So again, we're going back to the king. Something is happening. Something is definitely going to be happening March 15th, that evening. And we can see that Selena, the teacher, she's critical. She is so critical right there. Within the hour of being critical with teaching, a little something, we're teaching somebody. A little lesson there. Teaching a lesson. Hold on, shit. Let me go back. March 15th. Yeah, Jill, write that down, baby. Okay, so if we go, okay, so it's about 3 hours. So about 3 hours, and then it'll make its way. Selena will make her way into Virgo in the 8th house. Most definitely. So here's the deal. All of that is going to move off, right? All of that is going to move off. There, here it is. This is where, if anything were to have happened to him and he's found unalived, okay? This is when the body would be let go of, if you will. This is when that's exactly when. And then I see a divine justice with, now I see that 1917 has went to Ghislaine Maxwell, and then it goes to Elon. So it would go from King Charles, the divine justice, to Ghislaine, and then to Elon. And then to Elon, okay? Very interesting indeed. So this is where I think we would wake up. We'll wake up March 16th, and that could be the day. Sadly, that could be the day that he would be found. And if he is, we know not to buy the BS, right? We know not to buy it. So we would be waking up, and the body would be already in the past. And I would imagine that maybe somebody would find him. But this is going to be a big day. It's going to be a big day because King Charles is showing up. So it's going to be a big day for King Charles for sure. And it is going to be a big day for our guy, the general. It'll be a big day for him as well. If we look at his chart, if we look at his natal chart, hold up. Look at his natal chart. Las Vegas, Nevada. Ooh, I need to look and see. If we look at his natal chart, that 2448, that's where Chiron is going to be. And so there's going to be a breakup with the pain. There'll be a breakup. This is definitely, that's why I'm thinking that it could be where he's let go of, if you will. Where he's let go of. And then 2 days later, like the 18th, the 19th, that's when there's going to be a huge weight with the wisdom of the government with McCasland. I don't know what time he was born. I have no idea. But I do know that that teaching could be with two people, and it's hidden. It's hidden with two people. Something is definitely off here. The dark moon was coming over his health, and it has to do with the war. The dark moon was at a 743, I believe. So this could be a 743, this Hygeia. I could take her to that 743 where the darkness was. No, actually, I can't. So it would have been, let's see, 746. Let's look at when he went missing. The dark moon was at a 743. So even his Hygeia, his health, it's not quite there yet. And that's where we could see right here by 8 p.m. that evening, there's a lot of disordered aggression with his health. So that's that. Let me go back because I want to show you the other connections. The other connections with King Charles. So we can see that Jupiter here. So we've already discussed that this one is going to the Clintons. This 1517, Jupiter is expanding the weight over Hillary. Jupiter is expanding the weight over Hillary and her loyalty. Cough, cough. That 1517, if we look in King Charles' chart, well, he has a 1517 in his chart. And it's with the justice. It's with a divine justice when it comes to the war, when it comes to his public image. And that 1517 is expanding here with home and loyalty, the letter of the law, contracts, probably with the military. But there it is. So he's showing up, could it just be, that there is just this connection? Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe it's just because Hillary was in court. Well, we're definitely going to find out. We're definitely going to find out. Especially if, if he's found, whether he's deceased or not, if he's found or not. The other thing that I noticed was, let me see. Something else. Was something else. Let me go up. Hold on. Where was it? Here it is. So Germany. Oh, this was interesting. Okay, let me look up on the map again where Germany's at. There it is. There it is. So that's a 21 Gemini. And Hygeia was at a 24. Oh yeah, we're going right there. We're going right there. Okay, so there's okay. This is interesting to me because Saturn is at a 134 in the 11th house of groups. And Germany has a 134. It's the only one that I could find that has a 134. So Saturn is making contact at the time that he goes missing with things of the past, with Space Force, with the Air Force, and the responsibility and accountability. Sure is. So the values, when March 16th comes around, the values are going to be, the values are going to be pained. They're going to pain Germany. The money, the values, what have you. And then it's going to go to King Charles. Jupiter, right? Jupiter, when he went missing, was at King Charles. But before that, there was a reigniting of a flame with things that we were learning, that Germany was learning. And so there was an expansion here. So it would have happened first with Germany and then transferred to King Charles when he goes missing. Yeah. 4 days after he goes missing, unusual tremors. And what about the, hold on, possible nuclear testing? Are you talking about the one in Louisiana? Let's look at it. Let's look at Louisiana. That may be our ticket right there. Yeah, let's look at that. Because that was wild as hell. To see that they had an earthquake. What was it again? Which one was it? Let me see where it was. Because I don't remember. 4.9. 4.9. Is that close to anything that we've got military-wise in Louisiana? Because that one was wild. That was wild. Oh. Area 52 was. They were also receiving. Oh, I think I've got Roswell. Yeah. I cannot believe it's already 5 o'clock. OMG. I'm just a talking. Okay, so let's see. That is, it looks like it's a Leo. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this line is the moon for New Mexico. The moon in Leo. So the moon in Leo for New Mexico is right here. So coming from his home, New Mexico is reflecting on Roswell. Wow. That's right. I forgot that I didn't put that in yet. That's wild. That's their Leo moon at a 16 degree. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Let me look at this again. Hold on. That's right. They're the ones that's got the 844. Yep. Yep. So hold up. This is getting interesting. Hold on. Where is it now? Okay, so the dark moon is right out at 845. It just went over and made contact with Louisiana. And when the Louisiana quake took place, the lunar nodes, I want to say the lunar nodes were at the 844. So, shoot. Can't make it up, I swear. Let me go back because now I'm getting, let's see. Hold on. I want to go back to that 1634. Okay, let me look at New Mexico again because this is where Roswell is on in New Mexico's chart from the missing event with the general. Shoot. There it is, the 1635. Yep. This is where, okay, this is exactly where New Mexico has their moon. I think, hold on, let me think. Hold on, let me make sure. 136. Yep, it's a 136. There it is right there. There's the moon. That would be the moon line for New Mexico where they reflect at home. And it goes, I mean, it's coming, but it's coming from his home. You see what I'm saying? Area 6 is where we test drones. Roswell? Where's Area 6? Is it in Roswell? Yeah, so he would have worked here too. So the general would have worked here. No doubt about it. He would have worked here. And because I don't have his birth time, I don't know what comes here in his chart. He doesn't have a 16 or a 17. Let's see. Now the 2740. Let's see, 120, 47. Now this right here is the teaching. Let's keep on going. And that's right between Fort Davis and Fort Stockton. The general has worked at Fort Huachuca. Go ahead and put that one on the map. Because as I build it, that's an 11 Scorpio. An 11 Scorpio. So that would be where his north node is. So he's fated at Fort Huachuca. Yeah, he's definitely fated at Fort Huachuca. And then he's got he definitely gets shaken up at Roswell with, look at that. And it's with Uranus. So what's the shakeup? Well, Uranus is space. Uranus is aliens. Uranus is drones. Uranus is UFOs. Let me go back to his missing event. See if there's a 16 or 17 Leo. No, that's, well, you know what? There is yeah. So we are going to Roswell. Yep, we're going right there at 8. That's the lowest point. That's the lowest point. His lowest point is all the attention that he has given himself. That's crazy that I have the 1634 and that's coming in transit. So that's when he goes missing, and that's coming back around on the 16th, the 15th, and the 16th. Okay, so what else am I seeing here? Yeah, the missing events got Fort Huachuca there too. The moon, King Charles moon. Wow. Okay, so the moon, his moon is a 0025 in Taurus. So 25. So look, that's where all the energy from him is going on the 16th. We're seeing something with him. Guys, we're seeing it. Hold up. Let me go back to the March 15th. Let me take it to his moon degree. His moon degree was what? 25. Dang it. Why does it keep doing that? Here we go. March 15th. I'm going to take that to his moon degree with directed energy. So here it is in the 4th house of home, 1:30, 1:40 a.m. This is something that's going on with him. Definitely. And this is Nashville time. This isn't UK time. That's with his moon. Interesting. So I'm going to leave it here too. because we're rising with the United States with the joint operations right there. Yep. Rising with the United States with him, reflecting with a lot of energy at home. Huh. Freaking awesome, dude. That is awesome. Okay. And the 134 with Germany. So the 134 with Germany, that's going to be, and I'm just thinking that's going to be the day, but so that'll be on the 15th. Germany. Okay, the 453. Hold on. 453, 454. Let's go back to him. 453. I don't think he has any 450s in his chart that I can see. There's the relationship. I've really got a 257. I don't know. I'm going to finish mapping. That's all I know. I'm going to finish mapping or finish as far as I can. Because his missing event has got me really interested. Somebody like him just doesn't go missing and nobody be talking about it. Okay. I'm definitely going to be talking about it. Somebody as high ranking as him, he doesn't take his phone. He doesn't take his watch. Seems like he doesn't want to be tracked. If he was taken, was he taken and they told him, okay, you can't, holding something to his head or whatever and saying, hey, you can't take this with you. You've got to take this off right now. Like, what do y'all think? What do y'all think is going on here? That's some weird shit. And what is going on in Iran today? I haven't even looked. Because I can tell you one thing, we've had a lot of directed energy hitting today. And the reason why I say that is because there's a degree in the chart, in people's charts. Okay, there's this degree, and it's my degree for energy weaponry. And it's a 2734. So if I look at Ceres, who is also, she is also, I consider her a directed energy. We would have, if today at 12:30 p.m., there was directed energy being released in a big way. So she is directed energy, and the 2734 is directed energy. That is my degree for that. And there it is. There it is. The other thing that I'm finding really interesting too is like, oh, look, there's Louisiana. We're reflecting. We are reflecting on the darkness, the energy, and we are reflecting on it being not what it seems. That's where, wow. Wow. Crazy shit, girl. It's cray cray. That's in Russia. Hold on. Oh, Greece is coming in. Greece, 5.5. Russia is quaking like crazy. Russia. Huh. Greece.
I'm just looking at these 27s here with Greece. And they have quite a few of them. All right. Interesting. Let me look at Vladimir again. This is going to be one to watch, this 448. This is going to be one to watch when it comes into transit because a lot of them have it. When I say them, I'm talking about, them people. They got the 448 and it's something that is pretty drastic shit. There will be drastic shit that takes place for some reason. They are, a lot of them are connecting with that 448 and we can see that today, the 448 with Russia or with Vladimir. There's a reigniting of a flame and it's hidden. It's right there. And this is also with Elon Musk. This is also with Israel. Elon Musk, Israel, and Vladimir. They all have that 448. And you can see that Pluto right now is at a 444. This is about the sun. This is about the plasma. This is plasma right here. That's my degree for plasma, okay? I can't make it up. This 444 is going to come into that 448, right? It's going to come in there. And you will see it on March 11th. March 11th, the 448. Yep. 448. There it is. Interesting. God, interesting times we're living in too. Wow, it's crazy. So that's March 11th. That's on Wednesday. We're going to see a lot of transformation. The relationship. Gonna learn some things. Lord. But right now, Miss Nancy with the 419, her connection with Hillary with the 419, Hillary and her both have the 419. And there's a major transformation with the health factor with Nancy today, all day. And with Hillary. She and Hillary are in transit all day, being transformed. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. China, France, Spain, Germany, the UK, Russia, India, Israel is also developing military-grade energy, while Iran and Turkey claim to have them in active service right now. I would say that they do, that those are the ones that would have it, for sure. I would think so, too. Just from looking at the charts, Just from looking at the charts, it's like they're all coming in. And that's why I say that Charlie Kirk, what he was taken out with isn't anything that we've ever seen. That was some tech stuff. We've never seen anything like that. It's like a propulsion of magnetic energy, electromagnetic energy or something. I don't know. Lasers, pulses. This is trip right here. Here we go. I can't, I'm really anxious to see how this is going to work itself out. Let's see, this is going to come on no, it's March 11th, I thought. Or maybe it was March 12th. Let me see. Because March is a very interesting month here. Very interesting. And we can't deny that on the 14th, that's Pi Day. Einstein. It's also my birthday. Me and Einstein share a birthday.
314 Pi Day. There's going to be a major opposition with Trump and Virginia. Major opposition on March 14th. This evening is going to be intense with Virginia and him. He and Virginia. Not, and it's late at night, 9:30 Nashville time. Going to be an opposition of it's actually an investigation. Investigation. Could be about healthcare, could be about things of the past with Germany, because Germany is definitely showing up. Going to be in opposition with Trump for sure. And Germany is going to be all in the transits. But here's the day, this time period. This is tomorrow, guys. I think it's going to be tomorrow. Let's see. No, it's going to be early hours. It's right there. It's right here. So in the middle of the night, we'll go to sleep Monday night. And when we wake up Tuesday morning, that's when we really need, or if you're up at 3:40 a.m. Nashville time, then you definitely want to see what's up. Because this is major. Major for the United States and directed energy. When we wake up Tuesday morning. Right here. The dark moon is reflecting on the moon in Sag. This is going to be intense. I can already tell you that Russia's involved here too. Russia, California. I know one of the Middle Eastern countries has that as well. I don't remember which one, but I remember one of them. I see Mexico here as well. I see Tennessee here. Tennessee and Mexico. That's right. I see Tennessee and Mexico. This is Tuesday. Early Tuesday morning on the 10th. Have to keep an eye on this because look at this. We'll have to keep an eye on this for real. For real. Because what we're seeing here is Jupiter is expanding at a station. Jupiter, this is very intense for our military, for contracts, for the health of home. This is pretty big. We're rising with Pluto of the United States. There's a major intensity, major transformation. This is homeland. It's also Vladimir with directed energy. Vladimir. Secret Service is involved for sure. I'm seeing Florida and Mexico. I'm seeing Florida. Florida and Mexico have the 1804. This looks like California to me, but I mean, this could be Louisiana. Shoot, this could be Louisiana too. Yeah, Nashville Central. There's a reigniting of a flame. It's very intense with relationships at home. I'm going to have to find out who this who all of this belongs to so I can get a better grip. Seriously, because something is not right here. 8:55, we are reflecting. This is a big energy here. It's big energy. And I'm seeing Mexico. I mean, this could be Florida, but if I'm already seeing Mexico here with Neptune and Aries, then that's more than likely going to be Mexico too. I also think that Luke Daly, who is not a suspect, that I know of, but he most certainly probably is going to be. There could be, we could be seeing law enforcement roll in his house. He could have that 1505 with Jupiter, with his Pluto, that's going to the hotspot that I have on the map for Nancy at that El Diablo Ranch. But it's west. I'm going west to find her. I'm not going right there, right? So I can see Tennessee in this. This could be an earthquake. Let me look at Luke Daly. So I'm pretty sure he has a Pluto degree. Damn it. Did I not save his birthday? There he is. March 6th. His birthday was 2 days ago. But it would appear that he may have that 1505. Yeah. Damn, he's got the 1917 too? What? He's got the 1917 in his chart as well. So I think that this could be it, guys. I think that we could be seeing something happen. There's something that's happening with him. You know what? It could be that we wake up on Tuesday morning and he has filed a lawsuit. He could be filing a lawsuit, or they're going to show up at his house and take him into custody. One of the two. One of the two. So this could be the other people's money, and divine justice is coming to him. That's the same time period. Okay, so this is March 10th. And see, I mean, Jupiter is about the law, but Jupiter expanding a lot of deep, intense transformation. This could be the investigation. The Scorpio can be investigation, but it can also be other people's money where he is suing them. So Arizona is definitely going to be letting go with communications on the right after this. Let me see. Right after this, what is happening here? Saturn is at a 1208. Going to shake things up. 450. That's none of that. That 1917 is him as well as King Charles. So March 16th. So the 10th is Luke Daly. Where's Jupiter at here? Jupiter has finally moved off. Okay. But that 1917 is also right there. Oh, shit, that's March 15th. Okay, so this would be March 15th. Huh. Interesting. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. I cannot believe this. No way. No way. Where are you at, Dershowitz? He's been a thorn in my side since this took place. Since Nancy went missing. Hold on. I know I'm all over the place. Hold on. Hold on. Dersh. There he is. Wow. I think I'm seeing this dude too. No way. Uh-huh. So if Luke is definitely in transit here with the moon. With the moon. Let me look at this dude because I was ready to blame him for anything and everything having to do with Nancy's disappearance. And maybe I wasn't wrong. Maybe this guy is going to be, maybe Luke will be a fall guy or something. Maybe he's going to be the patsy. Hold on. Do I have his? Hold on. I don't think I've got it right. Hold on. No, I don't have it right. I've done something wrong here. Yeah, that's right. I'm on another one. Okay, here we go. Now we're right. Now it's right. Okay, let me look. What? So Alan, this 1040, this is why I pulled him up, because this 1040 is where Mars is in the 4th house of home when Luke and and King Charles are in transit together. So King Charles, we've discussed that. Luke, and I'm not putting them together saying that no, not at all. But what I am saying is that they have the same degree, so it's going to be expressing itself in their charts. But this is definitely, there's a lot of energy going with Arizona. Money. Could be, we be waking up on the 10th or the 15th, 11th or something like that and hearing that he is suing them. Could be. But then whatever it is, that 415 is coming down to the 414 right here. I'm definitely seeing Alan with this as well. Huh. And the lunar nodes of fate are an 814. So they've already went, the south nodes already went over him where he's been before at the home. I'm still wondering about his ass. I still wonder about him. Still wondering about him. Look at that. He's got the 0021, 0021. So he is definitely showing up in the transits as well. So we got Luke showing up. We got Alan showing up. We got the King, Charles showing up. Let's look at Iran. Let's look at Iran. We'll just throw all kinds of things into the bag. Let's see. Hold on. There was something else I saw. There was something else I saw with Alan. He just keeps on showing up. What's he up to? Oh, Alan. Well, the dark moon is definitely coming to him with relationships. Coming. It's going to be dark on you. Going to be dark on him. Secret Service. Interesting. Okay. Let me look at Iran real quick. Did I look at the USA? I actually know the USA's chart really, really good. Let's see. Iran. 819. So they have the Saturn with the 819 in the 9th house. 819. And then what else do they have down here? The 819. Okay, so yeah, they've already, okay, so that, they got a 450 in their chart. They got a 1650. So does Arizona. So does Arizona. So does Allen. They all have the 1650. Okay, so this 819 limits and obstacles with the government of Iran. That has definitely been in transit, right? But the South Node is gonna go back. The South Node is gonna revisit the 819. Where's it at? So this is 837. 819. I'll tell you when this is exactly going to happen, or when we could be expecting something for sure. Okay, so March 14th, damn. $819. So the South Node is going to sit here on their Saturn, where they've been before with the government. There's that 2704 with the United States chart. Selena is a 2704 in Sag in the United States chart. Virginia. This is Tennessee and Arizona. And I think Ohio as well. See, we're learning something so this is what's going to lead us into the other time period that I was telling about, because there's that 2145 again with California, but I've got to find that other. It's going to be a relationship with the FBI. Relationship with the FBI. The FBI. We're going to have problems in Dubai. Definitely going to have problems in Dubai. I keep seeing Virginia, and maybe it's just because I only keep seeing Virginia because of, it's warring. It's wartime. That's wild. We're going to have directed energy with that 2943. It's going to go to that 2945 with the Jupiter of California. Let me look at Dubai. Maybe they're the ones that have that same degree with California. We know that there was an airport, but there's still so much more to come. Still so much more to come. Definitely going to be limits and obstacles with them. They don't have that 2945 like California. So much to see. It's not even funny. I mean, think about it. All the shit that's going on in the world. I mean, there's a lot to see here. A lots to see. Right, Norfolk. Oh, speaking of, let's look at that. Let's look at the well, not speaking of, but I mean, we're speaking of Virginia. Let's look at the USS Lincoln again, because the last time that I said something about it, and then I've heard something about, I was looking at them and really feeling like the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of them was going to get taken out. And even though and neither one of them got taken out, thank God, but it looked like it. Look at them too. Oh yeah, so we're gonna. It's this one, y'all. I can't stress it enough. I still see it. I still see that this would be the one. This will be the one. It would be. And I say that because we're gonna have a wait. We're gonna have a huge wait, okay? We're gonna have a huge wait with this degree a lot. The 1358. It's just going to go back and forth over the 1357 with Louisiana and the Secret Service and the 1358 with the Abraham Lincoln. And the thing that bothers me the most about this chart, let me show you what bothers me the most about this. Their Saturn here is in the 12th house. This 2955 is Donald Trump. He rises in Leo with the 2955. He descends in Aquarius with a 2955. If we go back, okay, if we go back and we look at King Charles, let's go back up, see if I can find him again. I just need to duel it out so I can show it to you. This is what bothers me. Really, really bad. Where's his ass? King Charles has the 2955 in his chart, but it's in Gemini. So there's a shakeup with investigations with him, with a lot of energy, with groups that is opposing. It's in a direct opposition with the USS Abraham Lincoln. That's not good. Not good at all. And the Chiron of the United States of America is in Aries. It's about war. It's about war at home. And it's a 2008. The US Abraham Lincoln has this 2008. And, I kept thinking that 123, it's going to Tennessee, it's going to Mexico. But guess what? It's also going to the outer wheel of the Abraham Lincoln. I'm really, the 1614, remember I said that Donald Trump was going to have an opposition? And it's going to connect to Virginia? It's going to be an opposition with him in Virginia? Shit. This is it. It could be it. Let me go back. That would just be devastating. Devastating. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me go back and look at that. 1614. They're rising with Virginia. The 1511. Opposition here. And this would be FBI. Here's the FBI. There's the FBI right there. That 811, that is the FBI with their Neptune in Capricorn. Guys, if anything happens to the USS Abraham Lincoln, I just want you to know why. I want you to know why. It's the FBI right there. Right there. Let me go back to this transit with him and see if that's what it is. Hold on. When was it? No, it's not that day. Shit, it's coming up. That's March 10th. This is the March 10th. Okay, let me pull it. God dang, man. I sure hope not. Where is it at? March 10th. Okay, maybe I went too far. March 10th. Oh, shoot. There it is, 3:37 a.m. And then the Abraham Lincoln, let's look at it. Because, and I'm kind of tripping out because the 123, that is definitely Tennessee. So it's going to work itself out with Tennessee. It's definitely also Mexico. So it's definitely going to work itself out, right? But I'm definitely seeing California. That 2945 is going to come to that 2955. $24.30. What? The values, the communications, it's 24.30. Go back. I've seen that before and I don't remember who's got it. Who was it? No. Nope, 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 nope. Mm-mm. Could be Arizona. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I don't remember. That's not it. That's not it. Mm-mm. That's not the day. Or it could be. I mean, there's definitely things that are setting a stage and it's hidden. It's hidden because it's with Neptune. The 8, 2847. Then it goes to, okay, never mind. Let me go that 1614 again. When was that? There it is. No. Because I said investigations. So that would have been the next, that would have been the 14th. Right there. $29.50. Okay. This is the 15th. So Donald Trump's going to learn something. It's going to shake groups up with King Charles. Here's where everything is in the past right here. It's where everything is in the past. It's going to be a weight. It's going to be a wait with Donald Trump. Hold on. I still see Tennessee. Damn. Abraham Lincoln. Let's see. If this has anything to do with them. It don't look like it. I mean, it kind of does, though. Limits and obstacles with what they learn. The health is definitely coming to their magnetism. 2610. Is it sinking? 2610, and then there's the 2615. So Hygeia is going to be making contact with this magnetism. 330, 135. I just don't see it. Other than that, $9.59 and the fourth, $9.59. So Mercury would have already went over that $9.59. I don't see it. Something's up though. I don't like the chart. I mean, I just don't. I don't like the chart at all. It just looks unsafe. Knowing, these connections with, it just doesn't look safe. So if we take this Mars, that's when it's really going to come against Trump, 1614. So I need to remember that every time I see that. I need to think of that ship. I need to think of the ship for sure. Because it doesn't look good. It's creation date when it set sail, or not set sail, but there's Louisiana. Let's see. There it is, right there. That's an opposition with Trump right there with communications. That's a late Sunday night. The communications with Daddy Warbucks, the king, I guess. Let's see. Here's the weight. So here's the weight, actually. The weight begins on the 11th for the USS Abraham Lincoln. The weight of the moon in groups. There it is. There it is. So let's go back. This is the weight. It's going to last for a few days. And then the weight is going to shift from the Lincoln to the Secret Service. So this is the 11th. This is Wednesday. It's Wednesday. This is when they're going to have a huge weight over that reflection of, this is a big time period right here. This is it. It begins Wednesday morning at 11:40 a.m. Nashville time. We are also reflecting. Look at that. The moon is reflecting. So let's take it back. So the moon is going to cross over their own moon with a 1358, and that's going to begin right there. This is going to be with Dubai. Yeah, Dubai. And I see Dubai, and I also see California, right here. So we're looking at Dubai, we're looking at California, we're looking at the reflection of the USS Lincoln right here. Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah. Then what's going to happen? There's 2958. So it's already went over that 2955, reigniting a flame with the groups on the ship. So here it is. So we're going to begin on March 10th. March 10th. And it's going to go into March 11th with a huge weight. And that weight is going to extend until the 14th. And then on the 14th, actually, no, it'll be all day on the 14th as well. So from the 11th to the 14th. Yes. There's the investigation there. Okay. Then the weight is going to shift. It's going to shift to the Secret Service. Dang. So we're going to watch it. We're going to watch. And the whole time Jupiter is, the whole time Jupiter is stationing direct. Oh, yeah. So from the 12th. Yep. It's actually going to be the evening of the 11th, right? The evening of the 11th. Right there. No, the morning. The morning of the 11th. Okay, so the morning of the 11th through the 15th. So that's 4 days. 4 days. And we have the 448 in transit, which is a big one. Is the big one. The 448, that's a big degree. Big stuff happens. Big stuff happens with the big boys. It's got the big toys. Okay. The big boys with the big toys that have no accountability at all. Something's going to be going down, and we need to be watching any type of news that has to do with the Abraham Lincoln from the 11th through the 15th, for sure. For sure. 11th through the 15th. 11th through the 15th for the USS Abraham Lincoln. It begins here Wednesday morning, right before noon. So we don't have that long to wait. We don't have long to wait at all. I wonder who is the captain. I wonder who the captain is, who is responsible on that ship. So let's look. Let me look at the other one that I've got. Which one do I have? Which other one do I have? I've got the Lincoln, and then there was another one that I've got. Is it the Ford? Yes. I've got the USS Gerald R. Ford. Let me, see what's happening with this one too on that day. On the 11th. I want you to see something. So they have a dark moon in the 4th house. This is their home. That's the ship. So they have their wow. Their Neptune is a 1355. So the weight is eventually going to come here to that Neptune, the things that they have to dissolve in the sea that they don't see clearly at all. Well, this 1745 with the dark moon The 1526 with the dark moon, that is still coming. The dark moon is still going to come. It's coming. Not good. That's 1745. I want you to see something. There's a divine justice when the weight comes upon the USS Abraham Lincoln. There is a divine weight. I mean, a divine justice. Things with the dark moon is going to make contact with the dark moon. That's 1745. Jesus. This is only telling me that our submarine, our ships are at major risk. They're at major risk. Next month, it'll be really bad for this one. Their relationships and partnerships, 2840. And look at this, the directed energy is at the 2841. So directed energy would have already went here on March 11th. Something's going down. Something is going down. That's what it is. I'm telling you. I can see, let me look at Iran. Telling you. Something ain't right here, guys. Yep. So Mars at a 712. See, all of this is the sea. All of this is the ocean, the sea. Our carriers, our aircraft carriers. Well, Mars at a 712 is coming to the 714. Remember when the school got taken out? The elementary school? There's going to be a lot of energy with Mars, a lot of action with the school, with another school or a school. This Mars can also represent a vehicle or something that is moving in the water, like the ship. And that could be the reason why that South Node is going to be coming back to them. Maybe it's just that Wednesday morning, everything's going to be blamed on them for the, for the school being blown up. Maybe that's what it is. But I don't think so. Maybe that's what it is, but I don't think so. This isn't just schools, this isn't just schools. This is the way that they create. That's the way that they're creating. It doesn't sound good at all, guys. Hope I'm wrong. 634. There's Venus at a 6. Venus at a 634. Venus has just went over a relationship in the 4th house of home with the war. So a relationship, Venus. Mm. Hmm. 904. I'm gonna have to pull up other charts. This may not be. There's somebody in this war though that's got the 1505 because Jupiter is stationing there. Let me pull up what's another one that's in the sea? What is another one that's in the sea, guys? Do you know? I've got the Gerald R. Ford. I've got the Abraham Lincoln. What other one? What other one? Because if I don't have the chart, I'll create one. Captain Daniel J. Keeler. Captain Daniel J. Keeler. Hold on. Naval Air Force Base. Let's see, Naval Air Force. Which one is he on? Is he on the USS Abraham Lincoln? Okay, yes, he is. Okay, good. Let's pull him up. Let's pull him up. Let's pull him up. Let me see if he's got it. Thank you, Sue. Captain Daniel J. Keeler. June 18th, 2025. 2025. Okay, so he wasn't born in 2025. He wasn't born in 2025. Hold on. What's his birthday? I thought that was his birthday. Oh. That's when he took command of it. Okay, that's when he took command of it. What's his birthday, though? Oh, damn it. 1998 graduate. No. Dang it. When was he born? Of course, it's not going to give us. Damn it. Okay, I can't find his birthday, but if anybody finds his birthday, let me know. If you can find Daniel J. Keeler's address, I mean not his address, but his birthday, let me know. When was he born? When was he born? Because I'm just wondering who has that 1505. Because I haven't come across it yet, except the only one is Luke Daly. So Michelle A. Bush is the captain of that ship. My uncle used to go fishing. I remember we used to see, I guess they were UFOs come out of the oceans. Oh yeah, I've heard that. Generating the energy maybe from, this is the battle of Gog and Magog. Black Hawk crewman. USS Tulsa. So the USS Tulsa is in the sea. George H.W. Bush. Let's see. Well, they definitely want to bring some kind of religious rhetoric to it. I promise you that. Okay, let me look. This is why the elites had astrologers. That's right, Janet. That's why they don't put their birthday out either. They don't want us to see. They don't want us to see. Dang it. I wish I had his birthday. You just went back on alert? Okay, so it is what it is. I'll have to keep looking for it. So 2005 is when he became commander. We can look at that date, I guess. That's when he became commander. There's the 9/11. The 9/11 goes to the United States chart, also goes to King Charles. King Charles. Okay. I really need his birthday. Diffna, I need Captain Daniel J. Keeler, his birthday. His birthday. Captain Daniel J. Keeler. I mean, it's not going to give his dang it. He graduated from high school in 94. I mean, that's really not they're just not going to tell us when he's born. And these people, these high class people like this, it's amazing to be able to find their birthday, because when you can find their birthday, it's like hitting the jackpot. Yeah. Not going to be able to find it. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to keep looking for stuff and doing my thing. I appreciate you guys being here with me today. Thank you so much. U.S. Iran clerics, their religious leaders, chose the sun as the next supreme leader as of an hour ago. There might be boots on the ground, allegedly. So that would be really bad. Don't you think? If we put troops in Iran on the ground, will I do the Three Gorges Dam sometime? Yeah, I don't know how old he is. I don't know his birthday. He graduated in 1994. Did I see your message? What is the Three Gorges Dam? Like, pull the chart? I think it would be really bad. Yeah, Army vet, keep us posted. I think it would be really bad, because I don't know that Iran, I don't know that, I don't know. I mean, they're a big country, and they've been preparing, they've been telling us, they've been preparing for 20 years. They've been preparing for this time period. They definitely don't want to give up. They're not going to give up. And this is all going on during Ramadan, right? Yeah. Three Gorges of China. I don't know what that is. I'll have to Google it. Hold on. Three Gorges Dam. Three Gorges Dam. The world's largest hydroelectric project designed for flood control power generation, and improved navigation. Yeah, I just looked at that. Yeah, I'm against the war too. You think you found him on Ancestry? Oh my God, that would be so great, Janet. I'm waiting, girl. I'm waiting. So, Michelle, I could pull that. I could pull the dam. What are you thinking? What are you thinking with the dam? What do you want to see? Okay, I won't go anywhere. I'm hanging out, guys. Let's see. Would it affect anything at sea you have been speaking about? No, not this one. No, because I'm talking about the carriers, the aircraft carriers that are in the Middle East. I'm just wondering, like, what is going on here? Because I mean, it could be. I don't know. There's something not sitting well here with me. So if that supreme leader, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can pull up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find his birthday for Iran. Mini sun. Supreme leader. So who is it? I can't pronounce his name. See if I can find his birthday. Let me share this with you guys. Oh, there he is. So this is the new supreme leader, born September 8th, 1969. Who is serving as since March 8th. So they've already got it here. Okay. So let's see if I can find his birth chart. I doubt that he's given it up, but who knows? He may have. September 8th, 1969. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's him that I'm looking for. Don't know what time he's born, so we're just going to have to look at non-movers in his chart. Damn. Let's look at him. Oh, Lordy. Okay, so I can already tell. Hold on. Let me turn me off. USS George H.W. Bush was just sent out 20 hours ago. Hallelujah. Okay, thank you, Janet. April 23rd, 1976. April 23rd, 1976. Do you know what city and state he was born in by chance? It doesn't really matter. I was just wondering. City and state that he was born. Do you know when Daniel, is that his name? Daniel Jacob? Daniel Jacob. Okay. Born where? That's not him. Los Angeles. Okay. I'm just, okay. All right. That's slow. This is more than likely, and this is definitely an opposition. So this is an opposition with the United States and groups. That's for sure. That is for sure. Hmm. 431. Hold on. Well, he is definitely connected to Iran. Dang, that captain is definitely connected in a major way. And I would say that this 1314 is definitely a 1313 because that's going to be definitely connected. Let's see, go back to the king. King Charles, where's he at again? Who did I see? Wasn't him. Hmm. California Birth Index online database. That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's freaking awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 26. It's going to be at 2642. I know that. I've looked at these charts enough. Should be at 2642 with that Saturn. $13.46. Let me go back. Now that I've got his, let's see, that would be an 808. No, it's not going to make it there. $14.41. He is definitely connecting to Iran. Let me show you. No matter what time he's born, I mean, he's definitely connected to Iran in a big way. This is definitely something he is fated with, right? This is definitely a fated encounter with the 2220, the wisdom, the 11th house of groups with the government there, the 5th house of kids, the 5th house of kids, and the way that they create in Iran. That 2220 is definitely showing up pretty big. Pretty big. You see that they learn and they teach. Selena's she teaches, but she's also a student as well. At times she's a student, at times she's a teacher. And this is with the missiles, hypersonic, whatever. The 1441, I just saw it in his chart, and it's right here. It's the magnetism that he has, his magnetism, his aura. That magnetism. $520. I've seen that before. I've seen that before. I've seen that before. Was it in Tesla? Okay, now we're going to look at Tesla because there is definitely some directed energy that we are connecting with right now. Shit, with Tesla and with our captain, with directed energy. And let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean, because Tesla, in his chart, with the health of the government and his work. So the health of the government and his work and the taking of his work by John G. Trump, right? Trump's great uncle, John G. Trump. This 520 is where he has disordered aggression, a darkness when it comes to the government and taking his work and creating things bad. The creation of the directed energy rather than free energy and things of that nature, what he was working on, propulsion, wormholes, alien contact, things like that. That 520 is where Captain, he's got a lot of enlightenment with the physician Apollo, that brings a lot of enlightenment with the government. So just saying, he's definitely one for the books. Most definitely. Most definitely. The Department of Defense. Department of Defense, Department of Energy. So I also want you to take note of this too. So Tesla, even though he's born in 1856, you know, he does have connections with Homeland Security, even though it was created later. He definitely has a connection with King Charles, even though he was born later than Tesla. He still has these connections, and there's a reason for it. And there's a reason why he has a lot of pain when it comes to his public image because they took a lot away from him. Now, he died a poor man. He never got the credit. He never got anything. Just ridiculed. So this 250, when I see the 250 in transit, I'm also thinking about him. I like, you know how I do. I mean, I'll memorize charts. I can look at them a couple of times and I'm done memorized it, especially if I've, you know, like Tesla. I mean, I'm, you know, a big fan of his work. So he's worked hard to get where he's at. Yeah. And it is sad. It is sad because he does have a fate with, no matter what time he's born, he's definitely got a fate with and deep connections with, you know, the country. We look at the supreme leader now, compare his chart to Iran and see if I can get a better understanding of how he's connecting, because he's definitely opposing the United States. So I really want to push him forward, but I'm going to wait. You know what? Look at this. Jupiter is a 941 in Libra. Let's go ahead and hold on before we even do that. Let's look at these two. Let's look at the captain and the new leader, because they have an opposition, guys. They have a major opposition, actually. Look at this. So the 941, the 942. So there's either a 941 or 942 in Captain Keeler's chart. There's either a 941 or 942. Actually, it's not an opposition. There's an expansion with intense transformation with the government, with death. Okay, so that makes sense because now he's the new supreme leader. So not an opposition. This could mean death. The death of his dad. Let's look at his Saturn. 839. Oop, he's going to be the 840. Okay, got it. He's going to be the 840 that I'm looking for. I've been looking for that. Well, come here. Come here, buddy. Been looking for you. Been looking. Let's see. 840. Let's get him right where he needs to be. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here it is, right here. Let's go ahead and get that to a 1517 with his sun. Right there. $21, $22, $311. Okay, so this $311 is definitely going to match our Secret Service. $25.43. We could get that to a $25.42. I don't think so. $27.50. We're right there where we need to be. This is where I think he's born. 47 is the United States chart. This also connects to Cuba. Okay, so this brings his Jupiter down to a 938. Not the 941. Okay. I'm gonna leave it here because that 840 is just, man, it keeps showing up and I've been looking for it. And so I'm thinking that he's got the Saturn. It's his Saturn. So 6:48 is where I'm gonna leave him. 6:48 a.m. Interesting. 121. He's got the 121 in his chart no matter what time he's born. And that USS Abraham Lincoln has a 123. So Neptune is going to come and oppose him. Okay. Let's now look at him with the 11th that morning. There's the 11th. Here's his chart. 2612. Nope, we've already passed that. And yeah, I'm wondering if his dad is really dead. Still don't see that 1505. 904. The 904. So he has a 22. He has a 13. This could be a 904. We don't know. Shit. 1742. The Mars. Let me go back to the 11th. With the captain. 642. God dang. 17. Justice with groups. $301. Oh, Saturn is going to come. Saturn will be coming to oppose the new supreme leader. I don't know. I'm going to be doing more. I need to just stop. 1347. 1347. 28. It's going to be a lot of energy right here. 28. Let's go back to the 10th. 28. Let's do like a 28. Because there's going to be a lot of energy going to a lot of pain. He's going to be having a lot of pain. When is that? That's tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Reflecting. Lunar nodes of fate. Well, the sun is going to oppose the United States here. This could be it right here. 6, 7, 8. Let's get it. Let's get the sun to oppose the dark moon of the United States in that 9th house. Right there. Right there. You know what? Hold on. That's tomorrow morning. Hold on. So the 1441 is going to oppose. Hold on. Right there. It's going to oppose. Okay, so in the morning at 9 o'clock, it's going to oppose. This energy is going to be opposing the captain with this energy is going to be opposing the captain in the morning with the media. And there's going to be things from the past that will have happened probably overnight. And I can see Saudi Arabia. I can see Saudi Arabia with this. And Saudi Arabia is right here. It's in the past. So when we wake up, this has already took place. And I don't know what it is, but it's definitely something having to do with Saudi Arabia. Look at that. There's the 1441, right? So this is the connection that the captain has with, let me get that off there. Hold on. The captain has with the magnetism. So this is going to oppose him. He's going to be completely opposed. Oh yeah, this is Let's go back and look at the ship. Yep. Okay. So we'll look at the ship with this. This is the media. Okay. And then there's going to be an investigation, a wake-up call, an investigation that's going to oppose him as well. Right here. Oh yeah, this has got him all over it. Right there. When we wake up on the 10th. So in the morning, and in the morning of the 10th, big time. Big time. Look at all this shit in the past. All of this in the past with the ship. My gosh. My gosh. And then the relationship, we can see the relationship's coming back. The relationship is with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And it's this night. It's going to be overnight when the moon and the sun, the moon and the dark moon is going to conjunct. Oh, yeah. Big time. This is big. Maybe it's just going to be, maybe it's, I don't know. Hard to say right now. Hard to say. And Jupiter is expanding with a lot of intensity right there. My goodness gracious. My gosh. Anyways, I'm going to have to jump off here. I've been on here for too long. And I think I hear some thunder outside. Thinking I hear some thunder. No, I don't. I don't know why I was hearing that. All right. Anyway, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I've got some things to do. Been on here forever. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I really do. Means a lot. Means a lot. Tomorrow I'll come back on, right? I'm going to come back on and I'll pick up where I left off with Iran. We'll just talk nothing but, and we'll look at this a lot deeper. I'll go ahead and look at it tonight. That way, look at that. The 250. There's limits and obstacles. I'm already seeing there's going to be the values with the captain, the values with Tesla. There's something happening. There's more than meets the eye here, and I doubt we'll be told everything. So we're going to deep dive it tomorrow. No doubt about it. You're welcome, honey. Thank you. Thank you for sitting in here with me. I mean, I've been on here for 4.5 hours. I feel like I've, I do relax. Girl, I'm going to relax. I want to relax looking at my charts. That's what I do. Girl, you're never asking silly questions. Never feel like you can't ask anything you want to ask. Yeah. You're good, honey. You're good. Rabbit holes are awesome. Just love it. He's worked really hard to get. I know it. Thank you, Lynette. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Janet, for finding that birthday. Needed that. Needed that. You're welcome, Jill. Thank you, babe. Thank you, honey. Thank you. All right, guys. I will be talking to you later.